Everyone, I think it is 7. So we can go ahead and call this meeting to order. May 23rd, 7 p.m. on 2022. I will begin by reading the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. And I will ask Jacobs if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and she will join us. I'd like for us to have a moment of silence for the victims in Buffalo, New York, that was gunned down. We could just have a moment of silence in honor of the lives of people that were taken. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any any adjustment items for the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to announcements, and we will ask our clerk, Ms. Wallace, if she will read our announcements for us.
Good evening, commissioners and public. I'll be reading the announcements for tonight's meeting. All of the websites will be available on our county website and also inside the agenda packet. DECO Public Health COVID-19 Vaccination Clinic hours. The COVID-19 Vaccination Clinic at the Durham County Department of Public Health, 414 East Main Street, has the following hours to get your free vaccination: Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Tuesdays, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Appointments and walk-ins are welcome. All doses are available. Please note that the clinic is closed between 11:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. daily. For more information, you can visit the Public Health website. Durham Office on Youth Mental Health Week in Durham. The City of Durham Changer by Youth Ambassadors are celebrating Mental Health Awareness Month with 3 free offerings for youth. Taco Bout It Tuesday, May 24th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eno Nature Hike Thursday, May 26th, 5 p.m. and Outdoor Movie Night Friday, May 27th at sunset. For more information, there's a website to register, or you can contact Alice Frazier at 984-260-6703. Way to Go Durham program. Durham commuters interested in saving up to 75% on their community costs versus driving their own personal vehicle can now take advantage of discounted van pools thanks to a new subsidy from the City of Durham Transportation Department. Way to Go Durham program. You can visit waytogodurham.com for more information. Sheriff Speaks series. Durham County Sheriff Clarence F. Burkhead will travel to area libraries to connect his office with the larger Durham community with the Sheriff Speaks series. The first will be at Main Library, 300 North Roxborough Street, tomorrow, May 24th at 5:30 p.m. The first session will address crises intervention, mental health, community resources, and public safety. A Q&A will follow. If you have questions, please email pio@durhamsheriff.org. Durham County government to recognize Memorial Day. Most Durham County offices will be closed in recognition of Memorial Day on Monday, May 30th. Our offices will reopen with normal business hours on Tuesday, May 31st. Please see the Durham County website for more information. Memorial Day Remembrance. Everyone is invited to join our Durham County Veteran Services staff as we hold a Memorial Day Remembrance event on Monday, May 30th in front of the Administration 1 building at 200 East Main Street. A ceremony honoring Durham County's military service members who died at war will take place at 9 a.m. For more information, please call 919-560-8387. Durham County World Hunger Day event. Everyone is encouraged to attend the Durham County World Hunger Day event on June 4th from 3 to 6 p.m. at Durham Central Park, 501 Foster Street. Come celebrate all that food means with fellowship, music, arts, and more. More information at the website, which is Durham World Hunger Day. Become a foster parent. The month of May is Foster Care Month, and Durham County Social Services is actively seeking foster families. Do you have a safe and nurturing home? Can you collaborate with others? If so, help change the life of a child by becoming a foster parent. Call 919-560-8092 for more information. Calling youth 14 to 24, volunteer for Kids Voting Durham. KVD is offering youth virtual and hybrid civic leadership service learning opportunities this summer. Civic leadership interns will earn service hours, gain valuable leadership, facilitation, and team building skills, and work with an awesome team of youth and adult allies and interact with Durham decision makers. Commitment is 10 to 25 hours per week, June 20th through July 31st. For more information, you can apply at www.kidsvotingdurham or call 919-560-7321. And lastly, construction starts June 6th at 500 East Main Street. Residents and commuters are advised that beginning Monday, June 6th, construction will begin at the 500 East Main mixed-use development. This will impact pedestrian and vehicle travel as well as parking for the Human Services Building at 414 East Main Street. For more information, please visit our Durham County website. That concludes the announcements.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. So you can see that there's a lot going on. And as Ms. Wallace stated, all of these items you can find on our website. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, so they're all on the website. Commissioners, are there any other announcements that you'd like to make? Commissioner Jacobs?
I just wanted to share this weekend on Saturday was the Aging Well in Durham conference at the Durham Center for Senior Life. It was focused on people living with dementia for just the general community, but also for caregivers. And one of the things that I found out at the conference is that the Durham Center for Senior Life has 2 new free programs for the community. One is a dementia care management and support services. This new program will provide community and home-based care management services to persons in Durham with dementia or cognitive impairment to facilitate their ability to remain safe in their homes. And also, there is a free weekend respite care program on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 to 2. And this is, again, is a free program. And we have, it's estimated, at least 7,600 people in Durham, living in Durham with dementia. And it's one of those things that I think impacts everybody, just like, unfortunately, cancer. And we know what it's like, whether you have someone in your family or a friend who's been impacted by dementia, but it's a really big stress on caregivers and families. So I hope that people will take advantage of both of these free services, and you can contact Melissa Black, who's the Dementia Care and Services Director, at 919-688-8247, extension 113, or you can email her at mblack@dcslnc.org. Thank you. And afterwards, if I don't know when it's appropriate for me, Madam Chair, to ask for an excused absence for meeting. Maybe I should have asked just whenever you would entertain that.
Okay, we can do that toward the end of the meeting. Okay. Commissioner Burns?
Mine is relatively quick. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to, we've done a lot of announcements about the business recovery grant. This morning at BOCC, I was able to be on a program with the hub director, that's our historically underutilized business director, Tammy Hall, and she did announce, beautifully enough, in Durham, that Retool NC is opening up for a third round. For anybody who does not know what Retool NC is, that was our grant program for historically underutilized businesses. So this is our women, this is people of color. There will be an informational session on Thursday, the 26th. I will get the information to the clerk. It will also, so we'll have it online. It'll be Zoom. The base for these grants is $10,000. If I'm not mistaken, the cap is $25,000. There are no clawbacks. This is especially pertinent for this community because we have a lot of small businesses here that are owned by people of color. And the beautiful thing is we recognize that PPP loans only went out to less than 1% of people of color. So we like the fact that now there's grant funding out there to help people recover from the pandemic. So please be on the lookout for that opportunity. Again, that was announced today in Durham. They have $21 million to give out, and the business recovery grant has $200 million to give out, and we will have the information available on our website. And that was my only other update. Thank you.
And just one other thing, last Friday, was it last Friday or I forget which day, the governor was in Durham about the broadband infrastructure, and we met with quite a few of the folks that will be managing that, AT&T, and a lot of the I can't remember who all was in the room, but there is a lot of funds that will be available for broadband coming to Durham for the state of North Carolina. And I'm looking forward to the broadband. Even in my house, I need broadband or something so that I can talk on my phone. I'm having to go outside and get in the car to talk on my phone. That's kind of expensive given the cost of gas today. I have to go sit in the car. So at this point, commissioners, we have our minutes for May work session, May 2nd, 22, and then May 9th, 22, our regular sessions. Are there any edits or anything to add? Not, can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minute.
Moved and properly second. We get a roll call.
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye, the minutes have been approved unanimously. Ceremonial items. I have one proclamation for Memorial Day. Durham Board of County Commissioners proclamation, Memorial Day 2022. Whereas Memorial Day each year serves as a solemn reminder of the scourge of war and its bitter aftermath, of sorrow. And whereas on Memorial Day, America undertakes its solemn duty to remember the courageous men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation and the cause of freedom around the world. And whereas on May 5th, 1868, Major General John A. Legend established Declaration Day as a time to decorate the graves of war dead with flowers. And whereas in 1971, the U.S. Congress declared Memorial Day a federal holiday and decreed that it be observed on the last Monday of each May. And whereas, as we honor those who have died in our nation's service so that war might end, we understand and appreciate the values of patriotism, citizenship, commitment, honor, and duty. And whereas we must pledge to never forget the names of the 375 known soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen of Durham County who gave the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedom. Now, whereas I, Brenda Howerton, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the month of May 30th, 2022 as Memorial Day. In Durham County, we urge all citizens to observe Memorial Day 2022 by displaying respect and gratitude for our veterans, both living and deceased, participating in a remembrance ceremonies and observing a moment of silence at 3 p.m. during the National Moment of Remembrance. This is the 23rd day of May, 2022. The Board of County Commissioners. Oh, there you are.
Sorry. Chair Houghton, commissioners, and the public. I want to thank you for this proclamation for, once again, we're taking time to honor our promise of supporting and honoring the members of all of our military members who died in conflict. So as we gather next Monday morning, May the 30th at 9 a.m. To recognize the tremendous loss to our nation, but more importantly to the Gold Star mothers and the Gold Star families, we want to encourage you all to come out and join us. Veteran Services has vowed to call 375 names of the county service members that died while on active duty and in conflict. And that 375 names is just representative of the millions of service members or the countless numbers of service members that have died in conflict in service of our nation that has allowed perhaps us to stand here today in this place and in this space. So we want to honor them. Jonathan Crooms, if I didn't say, I'm Lois Harvin Raven, Director for Durham County Veteran Services. Jonathan Crooms is the Veteran Service Officer, and he's our outreach coordinator, and I'd like for him to share some closing remarks. And I also want to take this moment, I know we're here in remembrance of those that have died in conflict, but I also want to thank our local Rotary and County Library for the work that they've done in recognizing our living veterans and helping them as they transition to a safe space to live. So again, I want to thank the commissioners and to the public, thank you all for recognizing our veterans or our service members that died on active duty. Thank you.
And I too would love to echo my thanks for this wonderful proclamation. We extend the invitation to join us next Monday to everyone. It is one of my favorite programs of the year that we do because we will invite you all as the public to come up and help us call each of those 375 names of those honored individuals who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We also have a special guest speaker next week. We have Paul Cruz, who is the former director of the Durham VA Health System, and he is the current executive director of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Mid-Atlantic Healthcare Network 6. He will be our guest speaker, providing words of remembrance. So we invite you again to join us 9 a.m. on the steps of the old courthouse right out here, and we look forward to honoring those servicemen with you next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raven, and Ms. Broom for being here tonight and always bringing this forward to us. You do such great work, and we appreciate it. Because I still remember when your department only had one person. So you have been doing this for a long time, and we appreciate you. Commissioners?
Just had a quick comment to recognize that this will be the first in-person celebration in several years, right? So really excited about our ability to do it in person, and want to also recognize that you all have kept this going during the pandemic and have not missed any celebrations and done this virtually. So thank you, Lois and Jonathan and your whole staff, for continuing this through the pandemic and all the services that you have been providing for veterans throughout the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Mine is relatively quick. I did also want to share my sentiments and say thank you. I think sometimes people often get this mixed up with Veterans Day, and they don't actually think about this as a national day of mourning, right? We don't think about that blanket of security that we kind of sort of sleep under, nor do we really think about the broad spectrum of services that our veteran services officers provide. And I just want to throw out, even though it is auxiliary to this, right now we are going through a baby formula crisis. But 2 agencies stepped in this week, USDA, because it's hard to get stuff from overseas. So USDA, instead of taking 6 weeks or 3 weeks, they made sure that baby formula was able to come from overseas in 3 days. And then somebody has to go get it. Well, who goes to get it? The military goes to get it. So on the tarmacs at RDU and in DC and everywhere, it was the military that brought the baby formula over here. So I do just want us to think sometimes about the whole broad spectrum of services that all of our state agencies and federal agencies provide. Y'all know y'all got a special place in my heart. I used to be at DNVA, so I do appreciate everything, and I look forward to seeing you all on Monday. Also, there'll be free parking at CJRC. Free parking at CJRC. That's all I got. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, we are at our consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled? Did you?
Madam Chair, I forgot I had wanted to share a ceremonial item from the DSS board before we left that.
All right, why don't you go ahead and do that before
Okay.
we get into the consent agenda then?
I really just wanted to share with our whole board and our community something special. We actually did a resolution at the DSS board, and I think it's so important because we probably could do this with every department. And I really want to share it. It was written by Rhonda Stevens, who's our Family Economic Independence Assistant Director, and so I'll just read it. Whereas May is designated as Eligibility Workers Month and taken as an opportunity to recognize Durham County eligibility staff for the significant difference they make in the lives of needy families and individuals, aged adults, foster children, and families in transition. And whereas Durham County continues to experience an unprecedented influx of individuals and families requiring services, and whereas despite ongoing stressors, including but not limited to increasing workloads and caseloads and system transitions, staff continues to dedicate themselves to make a difference in the lives of those they serve by being compassionate, knowledgeable, and collaborating with community-based organizations to maximize available local resources for the people they serve. And whereas eligibility workers support Durham County residents struggling to obtain such basic needs as food, shelter, health care, and transportation, And whereas staff effectively fulfill the main mission of the human services profession by enhancing human well-being and helping meet the basic needs of Durham County residents, paying particular attention to the needs and empowerment of people who are living in poverty and are vulnerable. And whereas daily, eligibility staff deal with a variety of individuals from various socioeconomic, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds, often under adverse conditions and in high-stress situations. While working with ever-changing complex policies and procedures, staff exercise compassion and patience when dealing with distraught individuals and go above and beyond to ensure that immediate needs are addressed and that expedited services and benefits are issued appropriately. And whereas eligibility staff issue benefits for multiple public assistance programs, food and nutrition services, Medicaid for adults and children, and cash assistance, and provide program support through program integrity and foster care. Eligibility staff also identifies and refer clients in need of other social behavioral, mental health, substance abuse, or other services to other department staff, ensure that accurate benefits are issued, provide programmatic training, as well as provide employment assistance to help customers reach self-sufficiency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Wendy Jacobs, Chair, Department of Social Services Board, and Vice Chair of the Durham County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Eligibility Workers Month. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this. It's exhausting to read this proclamation, and because the amount of work and services that our income maintenance workers do is really incredible, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to honor and just show our appreciation and recognition for the work that people do every day in our community to help each other. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's step back to our consent agenda. Any items to be pulled? Okay, there is just one item I would like for staff to just share a little bit with the public about. I want to pull that one out for a minute, and that will only take a minute. 22029, the mobile medical unit. Who's here for that one? While you're looking for that, can I get a motion to approve all of the consent agenda from 0269 through
Madam Chair, can I possibly maybe pull another one if staff is available to do so?
sorry.
I think I'm looking now, see that I'm excited about the grant reapproving recommendation for JCPC, so that's another $700,000.
What is the number?
But I want to pull 0286.
0286
220286.
220286.
286. And just so staff, because I know we do these a lot. I know we had to do it with the affordable housing. We had to do it with some faucets, but so that people can really understand like what 10% contingency means.
Okay, so if I can get a motion to approve all of the consent agenda except 092 and 0286.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Jacobs, second by
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
okay, those items except for 1 to mentioned has been approved unanimously. Let's see, did we want to put those? Commissioner Burns, was that a lengthy conversation you needed to have with that, or?
Well, I hate to pull it. I just wanted to get somebody from staff to explain because this is not opening this bid back up. This is merely us stating that costs have gone up. We need this additional 10% for materials. So it's execution of a contract with Summit Design and Engineering for construction materials testing and special specs. But I don't know if Perry's here. And if he's not, then we can put it back on consent agenda or we can move forward.
He's not here.
That person here?
But is
Okay.
Linda here? I think Linda
That person's
is
not
here.
here.
We
there's
have someone
Linda's
here
here.
that, when we're ready. We have someone here that can speak.
And that was all.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want people to think that we're opening this I want some clarification around it. If it just help me understand, isn't this no different than when we have to do additional costs for extenuating circumstances like supply, demand, maybe not so different from a couple of weeks ago when we had to get more faucets for affordable housing, the extension for the pre-K? Or if none of these words are making any sense at all, how about you just explain 220286? How about that?
About the construction materials testing?
Right.
This is a standard procedure for
Right.
all of our buildings. And this is to ensure that the materials meet the spec and meet the building code. And it's independent testing outside of the general contractor. Does that help?
Yeah, no, it does. I think that there might be some folks who might not know what it's for. And I always this was a hot topic in the fall. It's still a hot topic for the community. They didn't send us up here not to explain these costs to them. So I needed somebody else to at least say, this is something that we do, all the time in this materials testing. So thank you, Madam Chair. I do apologize for belaboring this 3 additional minutes. I would have no problem moving forward with this consent item.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. And normally what we do is when we pull items, we put them at the end of the agenda, but I'm trying to move along so that we don't hold staff here or any of you all night. So I'll move as quickly as possible. And the item of 20292, if there's a staff person here, just wanted to tell the community a little bit about this mobile medical unit.
9.
If not, it'll be on the website if it's not a staff person. There is our health director.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Good evening.
It gives me great pleasure to be before you this evening to really have your consideration for this major purchase that we feel would aid in our safeguarding of the community's interests and also allowing us to be more mobile in our response. One thing that we took from our year-long campaign of vaccine outreach is the need to have a mobile public health unit to accompany us. And this unit by Matthews will do just that. What it is pretty much a mobile clinic, which will be upfitted with the technology, with the lab capabilities, with the room that public health needs to be able to get into all the nook and crannies in Durham communities and be able to provide services. We're so excited because it gives us an opportunity to provide immunizations to children, gives us an opportunity to provide COVID vaccinations more abundantly, and it just allows us to really take public health to the people as opposed to having public health stay inside that beautiful building of 414 East Main Street and having people come to us. Happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
My question, thank you so much. I just wanted you to highlight that a little bit for the community. Are there any other questions?
I'm just going to.
Commissioner Alum?
I was just going to say really quickly, and it's grant funded. We're not paying for it for
think
out of
that's
the
the most
general
important part.
coffers.
All right, thank you. So can I get a motion to approve 220292 and 0286.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. Been approved unanimously. All right, we will move on to a public hearing. Okay, the first public hearing we have tonight, the board is requested to conduct a public hearing and receive public comments on the zoning map change. And we have, who is tonight? This Michael Stock and Sarah Young. Hi, Sarah. And Michael over there. I keep looking for you on this side of the room.
Good evening, Michael Stock with the Planning Department. Before I begin, staff notes that the required notification for the Planning Department public hearing item has been performed and are on file for review. Worth Mills of Longleaf Law Partners proposes to change the zoning designation of a portion of one parcel of land located at 2102 and 2152 Sohai Drive. The entire parcel is split zoned rural residential or RR and Science Research Park or SRP. The applicant proposes to change the zoning of the RR portion, which is approximately 4.3 acres, to the SRP zoning designation so that the entire parcel is zoned SRP. No development plan is proposed for this request, and the UDO does not require one for this zoning district. Therefore, the range of uses for the SRP district are available for the site per the use table in section 5.1 of the UDO. There are no zoning overlays that apply to this site. The property currently designated research and research applications and recreation open space on the future land use map of the Durham Comprehensive Plan, and that's attachment C in your packet. The proposed zoning is consistent with the designated future land use. The site is within the corporate boundaries of Research Triangle Park and therefore will remain within the county jurisdiction, and thus that's why you're hearing this case tonight. The Planning Commission recommended approval 10-0 on April 12th, 2022. And as a reminder, there are two actions that are requested. The first is to adopt or consider the ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the rural residential and establishing the same as Science Research Park, and then to adopt the appropriate statement of consistency pursuant to NCGS 160D-605. Thank you, and I believe the applicant is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Jacobs?
Michael, there's a reference to, I guess, somewhere in the information about a bike lane, a bike facility on the road. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
I believe it's on the comprehensive transportation plan that there is a bike facility at least along Sohai Drive that would potentially need improvements if it may be accomplished through site plan review. Those would be requested from city or county.
Because I noticed that normally we have comments from BPAC on site plans that may have bike facilities, and I didn't see anything from.
There's no development plan on this for this case.
Okay. All right. So could you clarify then, how will it be followed up on in terms of the bike?
It will be if through the site plan, it will be mentioned through site plan review comments.
Okay. So it will still get followed up on?
It'll be mentioned. I can't say it'll be required at that time, but it would be requested at least.
Is there any way for us to require it as part of the rezoning?
Not for this. No, there's no development plan. You could request the applicant to resubmit their application with a development plan, but they cannot commit to anything at this time. It's straight rezoning.
Okay. I guess when we hear like to hear about their commitment to that.
Sure.
So, and the other question I had was, one of the maps, the future land use map, it showed adjacent parcels in purple, but it didn't show on the little key what purple was.
Okay. Purple is usually industrial.
Okay, it was missing from, okay. So, and then I wanted to ask about, the environmental features on the site. There's significant environmental features, and I know I was really thrilled to see the community goals and objectives table. Is this the first time we're seeing that incorporated from the comp plan revision process?
No, the community goals and objectives have been included in all the staff reports since the adoption of them. This is maybe a little bit more unique for you because you don't see that many rezoning applications.
Okay. So I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more about how the environmental features will be protected. We did hear from at least one resident about that, and not just for watershed protection, but also wildlife corridor, that this area serves as a wildlife corridor, things like that. So could you talk a little bit about
Sure.
that?
Any of the streams that are within the site, there's no watershed overlay, so the minimum buffers would be 50 feet on either side of the stream bank. But there is extensive floodplain, and there are severe limitations as to the type of development that you can do in the floodplain. Usually it's limited to utility or roadway crossings or driveway crossing. There seems to be a substantial amount of non-floodplain area already on the site that would allow them to develop outside of that. Plus, there are tree preservation requirements on the site, a minimum of 10% tree preservation for non-residential development. If they cannot accomplish that, which I would be surprised if they can't, then they could do tree replacement, but they would have to set aside more land in requirements for tree replacement.
Okay, I will ask the applicant a little bit more about that. Thank you very much.
I have just a couple of things before we open up the public hearing. The impact on schools, you mentioned said that based on the potential of single-family homes, the zoning would not be any decrease on schools.
There would be a decrease. There's no residential uses allowed in the SRP district. So if you're going to rezone it out of rural residential, you're removing the ability to establish any residential use on that property.
Okay, and then the other one about transit service. Currently there would be no transit service there at all.
There is no transit service within a quarter mile of that site. That's correct.
Within a quarter mile.
Yeah.
Those were any other questions for staff? If no other questions for staff, I will now open the public hearing. And I only have one person signed up. Worth Mills. Okay. Would go to which mic? Okay. You have 1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay, so you have 2 minutes. We've just got so many people signed up that we've got 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Let me know when to begin. Good evening, Chair Howerton, members of the board. My name is Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners. I'm here on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. This is a request to create a consistent zoning district for the 2102 Sohai Drive parcel that will facilitate the types of office and research uses that you see elsewhere within RTP. As Mr. Stock mentioned, this case is consistent both with the future land use map, with the comprehensive plan. It fits within the uses contemplated in the RTP boundary. And as mentioned, Planning Commission unanimously voted to approve this case. This rezoning irregularity, or this zoning irregularity, came about due to a 1989 zoning map change where the city of Durham zoned 4 of the 51 acres to RR, leaving the remaining 47 acres within the county jurisdiction and later rezoned to SRP. So what this does is create one consistent SRP zoning district, which will allow the applicant to utilize the remainder of the property. We were made aware of this issue when a previous owner went in for preliminary site plan review. Because the area that is zoned RR is right along Sohai Drive, the UDO does not permit any site features that serve an SRP use to be located in an RR district. So we needed to rezone these 4 acres in order to fit a driveway to serve any type of use, whether it be office or some type of research and development use that would ultimately go on the site. To date, the rezoning applicant and property owner, one and the same, they do not have any discernible site plans for the site, but allowing a rezoning to this consistent SRP zoning district will give them the ability to then go in with a clean site and work through site plan approval with city and county staff. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, this is a kind of an irregular case. I don't think many jurisdictions see a lot of general use zoning cases anymore, but again, we wanted to at least create a consistent zoning throughout the 51 acres so that at site plan, we would have a much easier time working with staff and not having conditions on 4 acres that relate to the overall 51 acres. So that's the reason that we are here, and again, happy to answer any questions you have.
Fields, any questions? Just go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the questions that I had for staff related to the bike facility that is indicated on Sohai Sohai Drive, and also the environmental features on the property. If you could just talk a little bit about that.
Yep, so in a general use zoning case, we can't offer any conditions that are greater than what the UDO would otherwise require. Then we fall under a conditional use case. And again, we wanted to keep this as clean as possible for both the board and as well for planning reviewers when the ultimate site plan is submitted. So if a bike station is required at site plan review, I see no reason why the applicant and the property owner could not include a bike facility along their property's frontage. But again, because it's a general use case, there's not much that we could offer in terms of commitments that go above and beyond the county and city's UDO. As it relates to your question about the environmental impacts, there are significant streams that run north-south through the site. They are more on the eastern and central portion of the site. The western side closest to Sohai Drive is more or less free of any streams and outside of any FEMA floodplains. And so, as Mr. Stock mentioned, I think there is ample room in order to locate, whether it be 50 to 100,000 square feet of office research and development type uses that do not encroach too deeply into the site and then ultimately impact those streams. So I would imagine that a good portion of the site would be deemed, quote unquote, unusable, but that again offers protections to those streams and, creates easy spots where we can identify for tree conservation and tree protection.
Thank you. I hope that you all will follow through even though
Yes.
we can't require it now.
Right,
related to
and
the
I'll make
budget.
sure that they get the message,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you. Commissioners, are there any other comments before I close the public hearing? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. And for a motion, there are two motions to be made. One, the first motion is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rule and establishing the same as Science Research Park.
Madam Chair, I would move that we adopt the appropriate consistency statement as you have highlighted, and it is regarding Z21000013, Palmer Sector 3.
Second.
Okay, and it's moved and properly second.
I'm sorry, Michael has his hand.
Hi, excuse me. Was there a motion on the ordinance itself? That needs to happen first.
All right, that goes.
We need a motion on the ordinance
In that case,
first.
can I change my motion, Madam Chair?
Okay, so I'm looking at your first motion. That was one that I read. And you need a motion on that.
Motion on the ordinance itself.
Okay.
Yes, I would like
Most
to make a
part that I
motion that
read.
we approve the change to the ordinance itself that we've been discussing here, whatever number that is that you just read,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right,
Second.
okay, it's been moved and properly second.
Commissioner Alam. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye, moved and properly second. And then we need a motion on the second one.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to adopt the appropriate statement of consistency pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Moved and properly second.
Commissioner Alam. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Approved 5-0. Next public hearing is 220308, and it's a public hearing on FY 22-23 County Manager's recommended budget. The board is requested to conduct a public hearing to receive citizens' input on FY 22-23 Manager's recommended budget, and at this time, the board will acknowledge any citizens signed up to speak on the recommended budget. And I have quite a few folks signed up. I probably got 18, 19, 20, 22. Got about 26 folks signed up. So what we're going to do is probably give you 1 minute. Otherwise, you'll get to stay with me all night. How many of you want to stay all night? Let me see your hands. Want to stay all night? Okay. So let's start with Anita Page. Anita Page. And if you'll give us your address.
Good afternoon. So 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak very quickly. The question was asked why we deserve a raise. And it quickly came to me thinking back to the 4 years when our great parking deck was being built that we didn't receive a raise. I think about how the air went out in the detention facility and many of us could have walked away, but we stayed. Think about how we deal with some of Durham's most heinous crime committers, sometimes becoming nurses, mental health staff, counselors, confidants, mothers, fathers, aunties, uncles. but at the same time neglecting our own families. When we think about why we deserve a raise, I think about my 20-year-old telling me, "Mom, I know you worked a lot of overtime, but I wanted my mom." That's why I think we deserve a raise.
And Ms. Page, I just wanted people to know you were representing Durham County Detention Facility. So you didn't get a chance to say that. I just wanted to raise that up for you. Thank you. Next is Johnson, is it Shalita? And forgive me if I butcher your name. Also from the detention center.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shalisha Johnson, and I do work at the detention center. I've been there now almost 19 years. It'll be 19 years in September. Up until 2 years ago, I was a resident of Durham County, but I moved to Alamance County. I'm sure you're gonna hear a lot of us say why we feel like we need a raise is because of inflation, and rightfully so. I don't think anybody here want to pay $5 in gas. I don't think anybody with six-figure salary want to pay $5 in gas, but that looks like what it's going to amount to be. But primarily speaking for myself, we all have individual experiences. And for me, I wake up every day, head to work with the weight of the world on my shoulders, have to go to work, assigned to one area, and end up doing 7 jobs while I'm there for 8 hours because we're such short staffed. No one factors in our mental health. No one factors in our physical health. All they see is that y'all go to work, y'all do what y'all told, y'all go home. But I don't. I finished?
Thank you.
I just had a question regarding the time.
I'm sorry?
I just had a question for you, Madam Chair, regarding the time for the speakers. I know that there's a lot of speakers signed up, but being the nature of this our first public meeting with the budget, would we be able to allow, and can we allow individuals maybe 2 minutes to speak?
This part of the budget meeting is 20 minutes, and we've got 27 people speaking. So if we go 2 minutes, it's going to take us past those 20 minutes. I mean,
Yeah, and I think
in the minutes, that means you're going to extend your everything else.
I
So
would like to make a motion to extend the amount of time for speakers to 2 minutes.
How
All
about
due
90
respect and
seconds
difference to my chair, I
compromise?
second Commissioner Long.
okay, we'll extend it to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So there was a
vote.
motion, so it has to be approved and voted on. We had a motion.
We had a motion and a second. Commissioner
Okay.
Long motion, Commissioner Burns second. So I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter, sorry. Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, the next person is Ms. Thompson, Marcella Thompson. If you will say your name and your address. Okay, we'll move on to Samuel Caff.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you for having me here. Again, speaking about why the budget is before you to kind of put a face to what you guys are all voting upon. And I think it's clear that I speak for everybody, not just as someone who works on the law enforcement side of the sheriff's office, but as someone who works for the sheriff's office in general, encompassing both detention and law enforcement, that it's fair to say that we have been extremely overworked lately. given the current events that we are all experiencing in our own ways, the cost of living with inflation and all of that, I think it's safe to say that giving us a little bit of extra, throwing us a little extra lifeline isn't such a bad idea. Giving that, perhaps that could help someone. That might make the difference between someone being able to live inside Durham County versus living outside of Durham County. I think that we can all agree that it's much better to have people who are the face of law enforcement be a part of the community rather than someone who's enforcing laws that don't even live inside the community. So I think that is just one thing that you can consider in terms of being able to pass this resolution. Or thank you.
So, okay, Nicole Gill.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Gill. I'm a detention sergeant with the Durham County Sheriff's Office. My current position is training and recruitment sergeant. I am the lead recruiter and the background investigator for the agency. I'm here to talk about a little bit about recruiting and how it's hard for us to recruit with the salaries that we have. We have applicants come to our recruiting table, and when I speak about the salary, they look at me and say, "That's it?" We have surrounding counties around us that make almost $10,000 more starting coming in the door than we do at Durham, and Durham is so large, and they go to those other counties, and they really want to work for Durham. I hear them say it all the time, but Durham doesn't pay enough, and that's the next statement that they make. And I really think that if we increase these salaries, we'll get more help in to help the officers that are working in the detention center. I work an overload of hours trying to recruit and bring people in, but it's so hard because our salary does not match the surrounding counties. And on top of working to recruit, I still have to do my mandatory days inside the detention facility. Like they said before, we're not at home with our families. We're constantly working. And if we do these increases, we can get more quality people in to work for the agency, not just detention, but law enforcement as well. And that's what we need here in Durham. Thank you.
Letitia Faison. Letitia, repeat your name and address, please.
And I'm a Durham native, 42 years. My son is Saquon Faison. He's a Durham native for 28 years. I'm here voting against the Youth Detention Center. My son was 16 when he went into the system. He got sentenced to 17 to 23 years. He got released July 2021. He came out with some mental issues that I didn't know nothing about. I had to get him committed. After being committed, he came out and he hurt someone and he got killed afterwards. No, I don't think we should build a youth center to put our youth with mental issues and build them into monsters. As my son said, he was created into a monster. And I think we should go with the youth center because a lot of our youth need mental health and counseling and doctors. So I'm against the $3 million for the youth center. I would rather use it on something else different, like activities, free activities or something, because my son was a prime example of why we don't need to lock all our youth up.
Anthony Sharp.
Good evening. Thank you guys for allowing me to be here. I'm here on behalf of the Durham County Sheriff's Office. My name is Anthony Sharp. I'm a sergeant with the Durham County Sheriff's Office in general, not just working on the law enforcement side. I've also been tasked to work in the detention facility as well to help my employees in staffing needs. I think it's very important that we look at this budget and consider it an investment for Durham. I've been living in Durham since 2006. I have 3 small girls. I'm married, have a wife. I live in Durham and I serve in Durham. And when I took that original oath to serve the community in Durham, I did it because I wanted to be here. I wanted to make a career out of it because I love Durham. I love the diversity, and I wanted to be the change that this agency needs. And I want to stay here. I just lost a 17-year veteran to the Mooresville Police Department, highly trained, highly qualified on my squad, so that's put me down another officer to serve. So I think we need to really consider the investment that we make at this agency, the quality of work for law enforcement, the quality of life. I too spend a lot of time away from home to serve this community, to serve the public, to serve a lot of strangers. So my family goes without a father, a husband, somebody to be in the home because I'm at work trying to serve the community. And I took an oath to do that, and I'm very proud to do so. As most don't know, I was assaulted in 2020. I was shot in Durham here as well as a community member, and I didn't leave. I stayed here because I took an oath to serve this county, and that's what I want to do for the rest of my attorney in law enforcement here. I don't want to leave, and I want to stay here. And I want these other people, the brave men and women who work beside me every single day, to stay here as well, because we need that going forward. Durham needs it. The rest of the world needs it. And we got to have protectors to be able to do that job. We're tasked with more than just fighting crime. We're tasked with helping people and being the beacon of light that this city and this county needs. Thank you.
Antonio Randolph.
Hi, my name is Antonia Randolph. I'm a trained sociologist. I'm here to speak against the Youth Detention Center. It's not helpful. As a sociologist, I've studied education, and what we know is that juvenile detention centers don't help, they actually hurt. People are more likely to go from juvenile detention to the adult facilities. So it's not helpful and it's not necessary. Based on a report by the Youth Heal in Communities, Not Cages Coalition, a law professor from UNC said, nothing in the state or federal statutes and nothing in the 2019 settlement between the county and the state of Eunice Fennell legally obligates the construction of a facility currently under construction. It's not necessary and it's not helpful.
You. Huffner.
Hi there, thanks for having me. I'm also here to speak out against the youth jail in Durham. And I just want to think about how much power you all hold here in Durham. And when I learned that there was a unanimous vote among the county commissioners to allocate $30 million in funding for a youth detention center, I was really disappointed, and it was very heartbreaking to know that that was a unanimous vote. Right now, they're building a jail, and it's basically in the names of the county commissioners who have allowed this to happen. And so I think sometimes about the idea of like putting a plaque on the jail itself, and I wonder if you all would be uncomfortable with your names being on it. And if you were uncomfortable with that, I want you to maybe think about that and why that might make you uncomfortable. And I want to say you have a lot of power to change it, and you have a lot of power to invest this $30 million in something else. And a lot of much smarter people than I am are going to talk about that tonight, about different ways that you can invest that money and make us proud in Durham.
Danielle Purefoy.
Hi, I'm Danielle Purefoy. I'm a native of Durham, and I still live in Durham. A notarized letter was sent to the Board of County Commissioners last week from Lyle May, who is incarcerated on death row at Raleigh Central Prison. I'm going to read a short excerpt of that letter in hopes that the commissioners will understand the immense weight of their decision to condemn another generation of young people to the prison system. It is not too late to change course. Our coalition has an initial proposal for you today for a youth wellness center, which we could build with proper input from our impacted communities. The letter reads as follows. To the Durham County Commissioners deciding to build a $30 million youth confinement facility. Together, we pray you take the following information to heart before voting to build yet another brick and mortar facility for youth. The signatories of this letter, all of whom are currently on death row in Raleigh, were confined as children to boot camps, reformatories, detention centers, and youth prisons. We have been on juvenile probation, in solitary confinement, or suffered lasting harm as wards of the state. In virtually every circumstance, the response to delinquent or criminal acts was punitive or reactive, with little or nothing done to prevent a future offense other than more confinement. Youth confinement is disruptive, destructive, and counterproductive to public safety. We know this most recently from the prison bills of the 1990s, where billions of dollars were misspent to incarcerate millions of people. Many of those incarcerated during this era fell to the myth of the juvenile superpredator. We now know such rhetoric spawned misguided policies targeting children, a disproportionate number of whom are Black, brown, and indigenous. If you build a youth confinement facility, your community will not be safer. It will have simply repeated the past and filled another institution. At the Western Youth Institution in Morganton, North Carolina, also known as the notorious High Rise, I was 19 years old and awaiting trial. My first night there, 2 guards beat and strangled me while a third watched from the doorway of my cell. When they were gone, a guard who had choked me with his baton threatened to hang me and claimed it was suicide if they so much heard a peep. As leaders in Durham County, it is your responsibility to give youth a future to care about, not to fear. They need access to more opportunities regardless of their mistakes. Confinement never has and never will provide that. Restorative justice approaches to crime are essential to healing a community impacted by crime and strengthening connectivity. It ensures those who have been harmed are made as whole as possible. It teaches youth accountability for their actions. I'm almost finished. For their actions as relates to other human beings. Durham District Attorney Satana DeBerry and restorative justice leaders like Marsha Owen are striving towards a more restorative legal system that works on reconciled relationships instead of adversarial ones. The following undersigned were confined as youth under the age of 18. Jerry Dale Hill, Clifford R. Miller, Johnny S. Parker, Danny Frog, Jerry Connor, John H. Thompson, George T. Wilkerson, Nathan Bowie, Errol D. Moses, and Lyle C. May.
Thank you. Tori Hirschfeld.
Good evening. As a resident of Durham and someone who works with Black and brown young people in public schools, I witness up close the school-to-prison pipeline. I see how the disinvestment in effective, evidence-based methods for development and growth in young people and the investment in carceral systems harm students. As a social work intern at Chapel Hill, for the past year, I have worked in an alternative education setting with teens who have been pushed out of their schools because of exclusionary discipline policies. I sit with them. We read novels. We talk about character development. We marvel at the magic of photosynthesis. We are curious. We engage in restorative conversation about conflict. How do we disagree? Students tell me they want smaller classrooms. They want IEP plans that work for them. They want teachers who know their name. Instead, some of these students are in detention facilities behind bars, alone. Nationwide, we know that 66% of students who are incarcerated do not return to school. Board, Ms. Carter, Ms. Howerton, you have devoted your careers to young people. I urge you to think about the research. I urge you to think about the young people in your lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, you would?
Good evening. My name is Nana Ewell. I'm a Durham resident and a recent graduate of the UNC School of Social Work. I'm here today because I'm disappointed about the county's apparent commitment to youth incarceration at any cost, and frustrated by not only the lack of will for imagination, but also the lack of inclusion, of community input, and disregard for community calls to pause. I am here in alignment with the Youth Healing Communities Not Cages Coalition's call for a moratorium on the construction of a new and expanded $30 million youth jail, and to urge you to finally acknowledge and accept unanimous recommendation brought by the Safety and Wellness Task Force back in November of 2021 to pause this process for at least 6 months in order to allow for community input and weigh in on this proposal that will impact so many lives. Our young people deserve so much better than a $30 million youth jail. I've heard your argument that this jail is the only way to allow Durham youth to remain in their communities. And while I agree that youth should be able to remain in their communities, especially those, or maybe in particular those who have experienced harm and or caused it, they should be surrounded by people who know them and who care for them, and we want them to have abundant access to support and other mental health and healing services. And I know that also that there are many ways to do that that don't involve detaining them. Incarcerating youth is inherently anti-therapeutic. Incarceration and the isolation that comes from being locked in cages, no matter how shiny or new the cage, does not offer healing or true accountability for anyone, let alone our young people. As others have shared and will share, our young people deserve a wellness center, or many, with wraparound non-carceral services, with comprehensive and affirming mental health care, with abundant resources and space for them to relax and hang out without fear of being kicked out or harmed. And those centers shouldn't require them to be incarcerated or have any interaction with the criminal legal system in order to access those services. Our young people deserve that and so much more, and we have the chance to make those desires a reality, and I hope that you will really take care with the proposal that we will present.
Wrap up your comments,
Thank you.
please. Thank you. AJ Williams?
Hey, good evening. My name is AJ Williams, and I am local to Durham, born and raised, and I'm actually appalled at the lack of creativity to do something different for young Black children and youth who are already at the fringes of our social and economic infrastructure. When I ran for City Council last year, my platform was built on addressing these disparities, specifically holding citywide community conversations that center the experiences and voices of Black residents who've been most impacted by gun violence and policing, and creating more culturally relevant and accessible programming for our youth. Our current elected officials are quick to call up our movement's language and use it as jargon to move forward their political agendas that don't consider what Black families need. Building more jails and detention centers to align with population growth in Durham will inevitably create a tale of two cities, a city of the haves and have-nots. I'm urging you to take a step back, assess your process, listen to Durham residents, as we're clear that youth heal in communities and not cages. You have the opportunity to do something different. You have heard and will hear the voices of many who are directly impacted by your decision-making. We want a moratorium on building a $30 million youth jail and reallocating those resources in the county ARPA funds to build a youth wellness center to serve all of Durham County. Thank you.
Thank you. McDonald, I'm trying to figure out the first name. Michigan? Pronounce your first name for me? The last name is Mcdowell. I apologize. How do you pronounce your first name? Megan?
Megan. Good evening. I'm Megan McDowell. I've lived in Durham for nearly a decade. I reside in the Duke Homestead neighborhood. I stand before you tonight to urge you to put a moratorium on the construction of the youth jail and to use the resources at your disposal to fully fund our youth wellness proposal. Counties and states across the country, are doing this work right now. It can be done, and it must be done. In our proposal for a youth wellness center, we share 3 examples from King County, Racine County, and several counties in Alabama, where commissioners have united around the goal of ending pretrial detention for youth. What these counties all share in common is a reframing of the issue. If the current system asks, where do we place these kids? These counties are asking, what do our kids need and how can we help them? They are united around the belief that we cannot decarcerate young people as long as we have more invested in beds than in communities. You have heard arguments this evening from parents whose children have been locked in detention, from residents, myself included, whose children are not vulnerable to incarceration, but who refuse to stand idly by while our social wage, which is to say our tax-paying money, is used to lock up Black youth in the prime of their lives. You have heard from experts in fields ranging from family medicine, juvenile law, social work, education, men on death row right now, and you have seen and presumably studied numerous reports from nationally recognized organizations detailing the harms of youth detention. Lastly, you've heard detailed rebuttals to the primary arguments you've advanced regarding the construction of the new expanded youth jail. Yet in the face of all of this, you seem united in your commitment to this jail. Why? What will move you? What would it look like to take a stand here tonight with your constituents and make a different commitment? To commit to building a Durham where no youth comes before a judge facing a secure custody order. To marshal the immense resources at your disposal, resources that don't belong to you, they belong to all of us, right? And act as stewards for youth, wellness, and healing. We invite you to join us.
Thank you. Ruth Allen.
Hi there. My name is Ruthie Allen. I'm a North Carolina native, UNC graduate, and a teacher here in Durham. I live in Old North Durham on North Roxborough Street. I am a middle school math educator, among other things. I teach kids to solve problems. Durham Public Schools made it a priority in their 2018-2023 strategic plan to implement restorative practices district-wide. Durham is attempting to move in a way that cares about the kids here, that doesn't punish a child for having a problem, but helps them to work through their problem and own and restore harm that they may have caused. This $30 million jail for children that you have voted for is in direct opposition to this. Children have problems, difficult, complex, consequential problems. I see this in my work every day. Jailing anyone, especially children, is not economical, not equitable, not safe, is a racist policy as we see by the disproportionate impact on Black people. When a child causes harm, jailing them elicits more and deeper harm. It punishes the child for having a problem. Shifting our justice system to one that is restorative is not fast work, but it is the future work of Durham. Continuing the construction of this facility is in direct conflict with this work. Please think of the children who will fill those cells and consider their needs. Think of their families, friends, teachers, and everyone else who cares about them. It is worth your time and it is worth your energy to take a stand for them. Please, get creative. Children have problems. How can you use your position to help them lovingly address these problems? A $30 million jail for children, ain't it?
Thank you. Virginia Workman.
Hi, I'm here this evening as a longtime Durham resident of zip code 27705 and as a concerned taxpayer. I have spent hours and hours of my personal time canvassing and speaking with Durham residents about the youth jail project. In local parks, small businesses, bus stops, and public spaces, I have asked people, is this what you want for your children or the children of the people you love? No one has said yes. Instead, our brilliant Durham residents offered creative, compassionate measures to support our public schools and parks, repair and expand our infrastructure, create affordable housing, offer affordable food to everyone, create mental health and wellness supports, and just 1,000 other things that would support our children much more efficiently than a $30 million youth jail. These beautiful ideas were brought up again and even expanded upon in our town hall this past November, and then yet again in the 200-plus comments submitted by concerned residents to the BOCC prior to the December and February commissioner meetings. I was extremely disappointed that these comments were not read aloud prior to the unanimous December vote to proceed with the youth jail. This feels like a complete dismissal of our residents' very real concerns, and it ignores the labor and love that your constituents put into these words. We are here asking you to listen, to dream with us, and to create a compassionate future for Durham's youth that does not include incarceration. To quote one of the most powerful comments that you neglected to read, placing programs and services within an environment of trauma does not heal children. Investing in preventative care that keeps Durham's children in their homes and communities heals them.
Thank you. Blue Miller.
Hello, I come to you today, a concerned citizen, taxpayer, community organizer, and educator. I am also here to speak on behalf of a local Durham parent who I worked with at Durham Children's Initiative. I'm going to read for her because she can't be here tonight. My name is Emma Rhodes, and I'm an adoptive parent to 4 young Black men in Durham. I want to testify our experiences to the fact that youth heal in communities and not cages. My boys were taken from their previous home several years ago and hold so much trauma and face mental health issues as a result of their upbringing. They are considered at-risk youth, but the only real risk they are facing is the threat of the incarceration they would face instead of the healing that they need. $30 million invested into this jail is an investment in the incarceration rather than their healing. And with the rest of my time, I would also like to highlight some of my other students' experiences that I've witnessed in Durham Public Schools this year that testified to the need for that $30 million to go elsewhere. I've seen my students evicted and unhoused, living in their parents' cars. I've seen my students lose their parents to COVID. I've seen their family get deported. I've seen them go without food for several meals a day. And my question is why, when our students are lacking all of these things, how can we expect them to perform in school? How can we expect them to not act out? And how is this $30 million youth jail supposed to help them? Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Kushner.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I know a lot of people here probably don't appreciate or hold value as to where I work or what I do. I work for the Durham County Sheriff's Office. I've worked for the Sheriff's Office for 16 years. I take pride in what we do, both on the law enforcement side and at the jail. I did work with many staff members. We got our jail accredited 2 years ago. I was a big part of that. And I'm very proud to say we got our jail accredited. It's something we had never done. We had tried to do for over 20 years to meet 384 standards that are nationally looked upon as best practices on how to run a facility. We do that day in and day out with almost 40% less staff than what we should. I think that should be commended. We all work hard. We work 28 days a month, some of us. I have 4 days off a month typically because of mandatory overtime. We still go in every day, we work, we do our job, we make sure everyone is safe, including our detainees and our staff. That's all I have to say. I'm proud to work for our sheriff. I'm proud to work for Durham County, and I want to continue to work for Durham County and have the same, people that work for Durham County that I am. I want to be surrounded by those types of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Everett.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and county board members. My name is Dale Everts. I'm a longtime resident here, worked for EPA for many years, ran the climate and air quality group, or international air quality group there. In 2018, I spoke here in support of the resolution to transition to renewable energy, which you favored and passed, and you've made several good decisions since then to implement that resolution. I'm here again because you have an opportunity for a bargain price to follow through on the county's commitment to renewable energy. The regional Solarize program leverages the power of groups of neighbors and communities to purchase and have installed solar panels on their homes and businesses. Coordinated by the Triangle COG, the Triangle J Council, Durham County would join with other area governments, including Apex, Cary, I think Morrisville's in that group, Chapel Hill, Chatham, and Orange counties, who have adopted the program. Without it, only Durham City residents would be able to take advantage of it because they're in it and the county is not. Cost to participate is a mere $4,500, and the program helps residents and businesses get over the hump of adopting, assessing and adopting or installing solar. In the communities that have taken advantage of it, this Department of Energy program has greatly reduced upfront costs, technical complexity, and the time for installing solar. And once operating it saves electricity customers on their bills and stabilizes these costs because, as we know, solar panels come with 25 years worth of energy. There are other very important advantages like increasing access to clean and cheap energy in low-wealth neighborhoods. Durham County can help jumpstart this particular benefit by adding that to that $4,500K, $50,000 to subsidize the program. I strongly urge you to adopt this Solarize program, put it back in the budget or put it in the budget. It's a bargain and it leverages clean energy savings and the future that our county and envisions and needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Melina Swinton.
Hello, my name is Melina Swinton, and I am a current resident of Durham County. Lived and worked here for the last 7 years, and I'm proud to call it my community. I'm speaking here as a youth development professional and a mentor of young people in Durham. In this country, our youth unarguably have the least number of rights. The adults around them get to make the decisions about the community they live in, the schools they attend, and oftentimes the resources that they have access to. And the pandemic has only exacerbated this reality for them, leaving our kids to navigate very real adult challenges without a lot of autonomy. Some of our kids right now are trying to get a living wage job, or even worrying about where they might lay their head next. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we know that it's these challenges and these situations that create optimal conditions for crime. And despite that, we're having a conversation right now about building an expanded jail for children and not expanded preventative resources. In response to public opposition, we hear that it is a legal obligation, that we need to build this youth jail, and that an assessment center will be available for the community. But the truth is that Durham residents, especially those most impacted by carceral institutions, have more imagination than that. We can imagine a community that prioritizes taking care of our young people, whether that be mental health services or other resources that they need. As a community member and as a growing abolitionist and a youth advocate, I'm calling for a reimagining of community care and accountability that does not emphasize locking children, those from our community and beyond, away in cages. In alignment with the goals of the Youth Heal and Community Not Cages Coalition, I support a moratorium on the construction of this youth jail, and I support the proposal of a new $30 million youth wellness center with funding provided through the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Williamson. Robin Williamson. Person is Last name is Smith. Yes. I did not want to butcher that one, so pronounce that. You pronounce your name?
I pronounce my name Nandi.
Nandi?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've been a resident of Durham since 2009, being here as a student in Durham Public Schools at Southern and Hillside. And I'm here before you all today to advocate what so many other folks already have, knowing that our young people, me being one of them, deserve care instead of incarceration. Within this proposal that we have for you today, I left a couple copies for the commissioners as well as the clerk. We've outlined in it a proposal for a Durham Youth Wellness Center that would help significantly fulfill the goal around preventing Durham's children and youth from experiencing court or jail. And some of the things that we know that we've heard from so many community members, a part of our county, know that we deeply need a significant investment in mental health care and wellness supports that have so much declined, especially in this pandemic, that our young people don't get enough of. We need a participatory budgeting process that envisions all Durham County residents getting to help shape this Durham Youth Wellness Center. We know that that was one thing that wasn't a part of the process for this other proposal. And the process would be to co-design this wellness center and center the voices of Black and brown young people and families directly impacted by surveillance, policing, and incarcerations. These voices that are so much not heard ever from our communities and from the folks making decisions with our money. And for the Durham Youth Wellness Center, we know these abundant amount of funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. We want those to be used to invest $30 million into this Durham Youth Wellness Center to respond to the needs created by the pandemic and rebuilding our communities. And our coalition has asked Durham residents, what preventative resources, services, supports do we think the county should invest this $30 million in for the sake of wellness, for the sake of dignity and the future of this county? And they've clustered around to things related to health, education, spaces for young people, and accessibility. And so I'm asking you all again what so many other folks have asked, to have a moratorium on the youth jail construction, have 6 months of equitable engagement with the folks y'all represent, and to invest $30 million into the Youth Wellness Center using the ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that comes to the end of all of the names that I have that are signed up. I want to thank everyone that came out to speak on the recommended budget. I'm sorry. Did I hear your name? I called out all the ones that I've had. I'm sorry. There was one here. I can't make out the writing on it. Is that you? Yeah, I only have one and I can't make out what it is. I don't have a sign up for any of you that are raising your hands if you didn't sign up. So if you could take their names and we can give you 2 minutes. What is it, 3 people? Okay, if you will line up over here, the 3 of you, and give the clerk your name and your address real quick.
Hi, I'm Marcella Thompson, and most of you know me because I'm the little lady that runs the Mustard Seed Project here in Durham. I first of all want to say I do believe that our people that serve us at the Sheriff's Department deserve a raise, and they need a cost of living, and they need to be able to work with their families also. I run the Mustard Seed Project. I'm in the streets every day with children from East Durham, North Durham, West Durham, Henderson, all over the place. We give food and clothing and shelter, and help with all kinds of problems that affect children and families. There is an unknown poem that talks about children learn what they live. I disagree with spending $30 million on a youth detention center. I think that if we can give children a sense of purpose, have expectations of our children, give children safe and affordable housing, give children mental health services, spend education on money on equal and equitable education in all parts of North Carolina, not just Durham. And we, as adults, show children that we care about them and that we care about each other. It's not so easy. The things that you need to have a successful life in life, you learn them in kindergarten. Keep your hands to yourself. Be nice. Don't hit. All of these things we need to carry forth. I spend all of my days in service, and it's about love, dignity, and service. We need to show our children that we care about them and that we love them. Children live what they learn.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
Next person. And would you give us your name and your address, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good blessings and good evening, y'all. My name is Tori Grace Nichols. Most people call me Grace. I know I look like I might be representing the youth this evening, but I'm a little older than I look. I'm 35 and I live in North Durham with my wife. I'm speaking here today also advocating for a moratorium on the youth jail. I'm speaking to you as an adoptee. From my perspective, the same reasons that foster care and adoption happens are the same reasons people might commit crimes of survival or find themselves in vulnerable situations where they might have to make difficult decisions. Poverty, lack of health care, mental health care, addiction support, and stable housing. By not investing in thwarting these circumstances and instead investing in a jail, the county will create a culture with multiple obstacles to survival, and then a jail further punishes these people for having to make difficult decisions to survive. And so I mentioned I'm older than I look. I do pay taxes, and so do a lot of these people here, and with our tax money, we didn't sign up to punish young people for surviving. And I know my birth family, and I know they struggled. And I know if they had more support, I would not have been given up for adoption. I'm also here as a queer and trans person, a population grossly overrepresented in the carceral system. Nationally, suicide rates for LGBT young people are 4 to 7 times higher. A similar statistic exists for young people with experience with foster care and adoption. And I think that providing more dignity, healing, and humanization for young LGBT people and young people in general, a jail is not the solution. Community care is. And I've heard there are worse things than death. Those things include isolation and a message that we are unworthy of loving community. And I have a question, which is why we would give those type of messages to our young people. Why create a culture of punishment when we can create a culture of care? I want to end briefly with saying
Wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you to our police officers, our service member. I just want to say that we do see y'all, and we know that you are also making difficult decisions in order to survive. And I think that the wellness plan that we have created is offering a creative and expansive solution that creates more well-being for more people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Keisha Millette, and I live in the Watts Hillendale neighborhood in Durham. I worked in a community-based organization for several years where I served hundreds of North Carolina youth who were impacted by the carceral system. Something that I noticed about the vast majority of those children is that they have been removed from their homes and neighborhoods, and that they all showed a deep desire for acceptance, support, and care, not incarceration. I heard echoes of those youth and families that I served in the voices of the youth, teachers, and loved ones who shared their stories at the November 2021 Youth Heal in Communities Not Cages Town Hall that several commissioners present, I believe, were able to attend. Please honor the experiences of those who have shared their stories in that town hall, of those who have shared their stories today, by committing to support intentional investment in youth wellness using the American Rescue Plan Act funds that have been allocated to the county, and a commitment to having an equitable community engagement process. Treasury guidance recommends that ARPA funds be used to support those hardest hit and disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Few in our communities have been harder hit than the youth, who have faced major disruptions to their access to education and socialization. Investments in our youth should address the root causes of harm and violence, like healing circles and peacemaking programs that we see in Chicago, or programs who serve youth who have lost loved ones due to violence, as in Washington State. Please honor the parents, loved ones, community members, children, and neighbors, and all of us in our desire to circle around our youth in this community and provide community care. Please support us by putting a moratorium on the construction of the new youth jail and using $30 million of ARPA funds for a youth wellness center, Youth Healing Communities, Not Cages.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Sheriff Clarence Burkhead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair Howardson, and good evening to everyone. I am Sheriff Clarence Burkhead, Durham County Sheriff's Office, and I cannot be more proud of the men and women who work at the Durham County Sheriff's Office who came forward tonight to be heard, to have their voices heard. As you all know, I often speak for them, but here tonight they are with me. These are the employees that are impacted by their families, by having to work the increased hours. We endured the pandemic, the never-ending staff shortages, the subsequent mandatory overtimes, the salaries that are not competitive within our region. All of those factors impede our ability to provide critical services to Durham County residents. Not to mention the rising cost of living that affects each and every staff member and their quality of life. But day in and day out, they show up and do a fantastic job to serve this community and keep those who are incarcerated safe. Recently, there was an article in CNBC that summarized a survey about why people are leaving their jobs. Salary leads to people leaving lead to understaffing leads to overworked and burnout employees. Durham County Sheriff's Office is in a staffing crisis. We can take a step tonight and moving forward, working with Manager Sowell to recommend a budget that recognizes the needs of these employees and all county employees. We deserve a competitive salary. Their work and their efforts deserve to be recognized. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. So the board wants to thank all of you that came out tonight to speak on this recommended budget. The staff is here, and they've been listening and taking notes, anything that needs to be included in the budget. So thank you. The next item, Commissioners, is 220303, the Durham County Public Health Focus Update on the COVID-19 crisis. And we have our own Ron Jenkins to update us as to what's occurring at this time.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, my Board of County Commissioners, Manager Sowell, General Managers, and Attorney Darby. I'll start off with a banner statement like I normally do, which is things are much better than they once were, but COVID is still here. Public Health advises the Durham community to continue the practices and behaviors that has kept our community safe. Certainly don't want you to give up now. Most importantly, we don't want you to think that COVID-19 has gone away. I'll start off with a straightforward slide. Current total cases, 1,083. Deaths has remained stable. Our 7-day moving average is 154 positive cases. This is indeed a decrease of 9.53% from last week, which all can be documented in our award-winning coronavirus data hub. Since the beginning of the year, there have been a total of 36,890 COVID-19 cases. And much of that came as a result of the onslaught that we experienced with the Omicron virus variant in January and February. We continue to monitor COVID-19's impact on the main demographics in Durham County. Race and ethnicity has always been followed throughout this pandemic experience. For the month of May, the Hispanic or Latinx individuals are proportionally represented at 13.19% of our cases. Black African American individuals are underrepresented at 27.42% of our cases, and the white population in Durham are proportionally represented at 51.47%. However, I must note that this is probably the highest that the white population in Durham has seen since the pandemic. Although not used, ladies and gentlemen, as a main driver of Durham's community level per the CDC, we continue to monitor Durham's percent of positive labs. This is an indicator of how much virus is in our community. The past few weeks have seen a steady increase, and I will explain the rationale behind this in a few moments. But it's important to note that over the course of the past 3 weeks, we've seen a steady increase from 10.4% to 15.5%. Again, these labs are reported electronically, and we certainly know that people are taking advantage of at-home testing, and they're following the guidance of their providers of public health, which is to follow it up with PCR tests, which is reported to us electronically. Which is always worth 1,000 words. As indicated previously, we can see that the positivity percentage is increasing. New COVID-19 cases per 100,000 people in the past 7 days has also seen an increase over the past month and is steady decreasing now. So again, we see that huge dip toward the end of that graph. This was one of the drivers that moved Durham County's community level per the CDC from green to yellow. And again, over the past 6 weeks, we've seen a steady increase, but I'm proud to say we're starting to see a steady decline. Hospitalizations remain steady. I am proud to say that I remain in close contact with our trusted partners at Duke University Hospital System. The number of hospitalizations are up, but not significantly up day over day. Simply stated, we're not seeing the rapid doubling that we saw in hospitalizations at the height of the Omicron surge back in January and February. Here we have, as mentioned, Durham is in the yellow category per the CDC's community level tracker. This is reflective of the new COVID cases being greater than 200 per 100,000 in the last 7 days. We also see new COVID hospitalization admissions greater than 10 over the last 7 days. And the final indicator is the percentage of staff requested COVID beds occupied by COVID patients being greater than 10%. Again, we are in the yellow. Once again, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We see the state of North Carolina, and ladies and gentlemen, we see the triangle. The triangle is pretty much all in yellow. And of course, as a major population center, with many commuters traveling in and out of these different counties, we're starting to see the effects of it. This is a busy slide, and I'm going to get a little scientific with you, so I just ask for your patience. Bottom line up front about subvariants. The subvariant BA1.1.2 is 30% more transmissible than our current BA2 variant, shown to have lower hospitalizations than BA2, and is certainly making up 52% of our regional cases in the past week. This can also be attributed to the increasing mobility of our population as COVID fatigue continues. Simply stated, people are becoming less cautious with their mask usage and are attempting to return to pre-COVID sanitation and personal responsibilities. As mentioned, counties surrounding us are in yellow for their transmission of cases, but Durham is a city with many of its community members leaving the county for work that could also result in easily spreading through encounters with other people who may have COVID. We've been here before, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here before. When you think about Delta, and when you think about the original Omicron variant, we see a slight uptick, and then we see a drastic decrease. I'm proud of my team because we continue to really see and investigate the cases. We call out the state when we think that their data is wrong. And, I put my team up against anyone in the country. But again, this is also, what we're seeing and experiencing now is largely tied to our transient nature and how our community operates on a much more interpersonal level. That's also attributed to the type of work they do as well. Good news came last week. For those of you who did not hear, we do have our hours of operation. Special thanks to Monica for always publishing them. And vaccines for children age 5 to 11 have been approved, but boosters have been approved for those that are fully vaccinated and now are available for those who are 5 to 11 years old. Durham Public Health, within the next 24 hours, are eager to provide those boosters to our community. We have pent-up demand, and we know that people are waiting. We will make an announcement when we are ready for those individuals to come. I cannot stress enough, vaccinations continue to be the key to keep our community safe, to avoid hospitalizations and death. We continue to do well with our vaccination efforts as depicted on the screen. Durham community's white population, 61.82% are fully vaccinated. Black African American, 50.91%. Our Asian population, 76.28%. And our Hispanic or Latinx population, 65.26% are fully vaccinated. Testing continues to be provided by the public health vendor OptumServe. Continue to have drive-through testing only at El Centro Hispano, Tuesday through Saturday, Monday through Friday, with our great friends at Fidelity Investments at RTP. In addition, there are over 30 different locations where our Durham community can go to get a COVID-19 test. It's not like it was in January. There's not no long lines. You can certainly go get a test, in addition to the at-home testing that you can do as well. Final thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Normalization. We're going to have waves of COVID-19. There's just no getting away from it. And our data hub shows that while it's currently increasing, it's not as steep as it was in the recent past. Like we do with hurricanes, ladies and gentlemen, we need to stay prepared. We need to ensure that when waves come, we know exactly what to do, just like a weather event. We have a robust supply of vaccines, and they remain our best protection against severe illness, hospitalizations. Everyone under the sound of my voice should be up to date on their vaccine. So if you've not gotten your booster and you're eligible, should be, we certainly admonish you to go do so. Other tools that we have, testing, ventilation, masks, and treatment, you should also use as a part of your protection. And in summary, our community can continue to be protected, healthy, and safe. We just have to remember 3 things, which is to stay up to date on your COVID-19 vaccines, test and stay home when you're feeling sick, and get treatment right away if you test positive. Once again, I thank you for your time and your support to this great board. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your report. And as always, you do an exceptional job keeping us abreast of what's going on and keeping the community abreast as well. Commissioners, are there questions, comments? Commissioner Alum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director Jenkins. I had one question and one comment. When we say fully vaccinated, is that still 2 vaccines, or is that 2 vaccines and a booster?
It's still considered 2 vaccines. They've not really lumped everything together. I kind of wish they would, but for the time being, we still consider fully vaccinated being your first 2 shots.
And then my second comment is, this is going to come up on our June 6th work session, but I'm just very excited for it. I want to applaud Director Jenkins and his team that the board is going to be receiving a request to approve another grant that Director Jenkins and his team has received for over $360,000. That's going to go towards the COVID response and everything. So thank you just wanted to give kudos to him and his team for bringing that forward to us in the future.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Law.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Rod. Good to see you reporting in person at our meeting.
Always a pleasure, Madam Vice Chair.
So I know you went over the positive case rate, but I guess just maybe if we could hear a little bit more from you, because most people, I think, or a lot of people are doing home testing, and so how does that factor in when, in terms of us really having an accurate rate of what the community spread might be? Or could you talk a little bit about that? And then I have a few more questions.
To be very forthright, we know that at-home testing is sort of, clouding our experience with our data report. Some folks are really strong believers in antigen testing, and again, I'm in favor of anything that's going to get you the knowledge that you need in order to take action. But some are not necessarily following up. Some are following up, some are not, with a PCR test, which we now affectionately know as the gold standard. With that being said, we know unequivocally that there's probably a lot of COVID in the community. And as a direct result, we are imploring the listening audience to do all that they can to. As we said so many times recently to Madam Chair, this great board, and also to Mayor O'Neill, public health is now in the advisory capacity. We're not mandated. After 2.5 years, ladies and gentlemen, you all know exactly what you're supposed to do. Wear your mask, don't social distance, get your vaccines because they're available, and you should admonish everybody who's close to you to do exactly the same. So to get to the crux of your question, again, my team and I, we can only really report on the data that we're given, and we can also only advise those individuals to continue to test robustly, continue to get the vaccines if your time is up, to get your vaccine, and to just be safe. Again, those are the 3 things that you can. There are 3 things that you can do to protect yourself and others. And as I mentioned previously, this is the current state of affairs we're in because COVID-19 is just not going anywhere. As much as we'd like for it to, we're going to have to live with it.
And is the wastewater monitoring that we're doing consistent with, or is that consistent with the data?
It's a good indicator, Madam Vice Chair. However, it only gives us 1/3 of the picture here in Durham. We only receive information from the South Durham's wastewater site. We have petitioned, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services to add more. To add a little bit more intrigue to it, it's a 2-week delay. So we receive the information 2 weeks later. Nevertheless, it is a tool that we have in our toolkit, and we use it. We receive those reports every Tuesday. We share it with our data team, and we plan accordingly. But until we're able to get a greater, more robust picture as far as wastewater activity in Durham, that's all we have to deal with right now.
Okay. And just more to I think just for the reinforcing with the public, if you could speak a little bit about what you know about guidance relating to Paxlovid and the role that may play for people if they, following up with their physicians, and also is the current guidance still, because so many people are just testing at home, is the current guidance still stay at home for 5 days, protect everyone around you in your household by wearing a mask indoors, and then after 5 days, wear a mask inside and outside? Could you just give any input on
I'm
that?
starting to think that you work in public health. I really am. It is still the guidance.
Okay.
Nothing's changed.
Okay.
Again, at-home tests are, really being utilized, and I'm so happy about it because, again, I remember a time when we were just praying for something like this to have for the general population. The guidance does say that you should follow it up with a PCR, and that's going to your primary care physician, CVS, Walgreens, whoever you can get a PCR test from. And then after that, of course, in the meantime, in between time, you stay at home for 5 days until your period of quarantine is up. That is the practice that we have now. Nothing has changed. We certainly hope that, we've been hearing bits and pieces and iterations of the possibility of having more defined tests that are variant specific. So when we receive word that that's going to come out, we certainly welcome that. But in the meantime, in between time, we have to use what's available to us right now. Currently, that's antigen tests and PCR.
And can you mention what about Paxlovid?
So Paxlovid?
The Paxlovid is the antiviral medication that could.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That is, again, the therapeutics that we have, and it is readily available. For the most part, you have to go to your primary care physician, and it allows you to really, sort of arrest COVID, once you start feeling those symptoms, and you're able to be prescribed those antivirals, and for that point, to that regard, you take the medication and it really helps you to feel better quite soon. So again, we have so many things available to us, to include the vaccine, antivirals, to help us in this continued pandemic.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Jennings. We really appreciate you.
I think Commissioner Burns had a question, but she might have left out.
Well, she's not here, so we're gonna keep going. She's not here. We're gonna move on. She can catch you later. All right. Thank you. Unless the other commissioners had something. No. All right. Let's move to the next one. Next item. The next 220290, update on Family Connect Durham. Let's see where. The board is requested to receive an update from representatives of Family Connect Durham and ask any questions they wish. And I believe Drew is here. We also have Robert Murphy. Hi, Robert.
Good evening.
CCFH Executive Director Karen Appleyard. Who else do we have? Karen Alton. I'll let Robert let you introduce all of your team tonight.
All right.
They are responsible for. Glad to have you.
Oh, we're glad to be here. Thank you all for your interest in our work, and I guess I should see if this is picking up at all. We have a number of people here.
You don't have a mic?
I don't know. Do I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you do.
Sorry.
Pull it up, yes.
Somewhere in between those things. So we have a pretty large team. We have a number of people here today. I think in the interest of time, we'll just ask people to raise their hands who may not be right up here. And certainly we're all available for questions as we move along. So really our goal tonight is to try to, in just a few minutes, give you a sense of what happens in Family Connects Durham. And so I guess really, the first question is, so what is Family Connects Durham? Well, this is a program that started in Durham for Durham and has been developed in the community. The program started in 2008 with a whole series of community meetings, focus groups, interviews with various stakeholders, residents, and so on. Meetings at Mcdowell Terrace and different other neighborhoods. And really talking to families about what they felt they needed, and they needed with their children, particularly early in life. And really that gelled into some pretty, basic ideas, which is that all families can use support of some kind. And that we want families to do well. So focusing on their well-being. Sometimes I say these things and I feel like, wow, I have a firm grasp for the obvious. And that a goal of really improving services in the system of care that continues to develop here in Durham. And from the outset, this program has been a partnership between the Center for Child and Family Health, which is the nonprofit home of the program, Durham County Health Department, and the Center for Child and Family Policy. So there are a few key concepts that I think define Family Connect Durham. One is that we try to reach the entire population of infants born in Durham. So it's for all families, regardless of their background, of income, of some of those traditional risk factors that we might think of for other programs. Really, it's for everyone. And that's for at least a couple of reasons. One is we think it's less stigmatizing. Another is that we can't really predict what different families need. It's voluntary, so yes, available to all, but really to all who are interested and want to take advantage of the program. There's no cost whatsoever to families, so we really want to facilitate families being involved. As you'll hear, it's very brief. It involves home visits from nurses. I think we'd all agree a very trusted group of professionals. And ultimately, it happens in a very simple sequence about connection. So the nurse engages with the family very early on. Before COVID, it was in the birthing hospital, typically within 24 hours of birth. Fingers crossed, we all share the goal that we'll return to a little more of what we remember as normalcy. And then at about 3 weeks of age, the nurse visits the family in their home and really has a conversation with them about their needs, their wishes, their health, their concerns about the baby, etc. And you'll hear more about that in a minute. And then that nurse connects the family to community resources. And specifically, I say community resources because that's not just what we consider formal services. It may be something informal. It may be connection to a neighbor, what have you. And really, I think a key point is that the connections are to what families need and want. We don't decide what those connections are. We facilitate those connections, but that's a family's decision, not ours. And in this process, we help help new parents to feel more connected to their babies. Obviously, that happens anyway. But we try to really to facilitate that, to help that grow, to address some of the wide range of concerns that families may have when they have a baby. I would have been thrilled to have someone address my wide range of concerns. And a key point is that we know Family Connects works. And I guess I would say that's what Durham deserves. That's what every community deserves. That's what families deserve. And so we know a few things in terms of how it helps parents and children. What we see is parenting behavior, kind of positive parenting behavior and positive beliefs about caring for their baby. Those improve as a result of the program. The quality of relationships between mothers and fathers, and really, I mean, those who are in those maternal and paternal roles. In terms of the home, we see that homes are safer. And what I mean by that is they're both physically safer, but they're also more supportive of early childhood development. So things like more developmentally appropriate toys, more reading to babies, which we know is really important even early on. Mothers are less anxious and less depressed after this program. Again, not to say that all mothers are anxious and depressed, but among those who are, they less so as a result of the program. For families who choose outside childcare, those who've been in the program enroll in higher quality childcare. There are more connections to community services compared to families who are not participating in the program. Higher rates at the 6-week postpartum visit, and savings. So for every dollar spent in the program, we found that there are just over $3 in savings in what we're calling emergency medical care. That's an amalgamation of hospital overnight, emergency room visits, and urgent care visits. So the high-end kinds of services. And so, you know, obviously that has implications, health costs. Overall expenditures through insurance, private and public. So we're really encouraged by these results. And I guess I want to qualify this, say, you know, in 2008, this was a brand new program. We decided, with the help of so many people in the community, that we needed to go upstream. And so we wanted to know that it works. And sure, we're happy that it works. But this is not research anymore. This is a program with evidence behind it that we're implementing for all families in Durham. So I just wanted to emphasize that, that it is really about reaching those families. I'm going to stop there because I think what's more, or I hope is more meaningful, is to give you a sense of what really happened. You know, it's all well and good for me to say, oh, look at these things, and this is what the program is, but hopefully in a few minutes you can get a bit of a feel for what happened to the family.
Try and see if you can hear me. Okay. So I'm Dr. Karen Eppley-Carmody. I'm a psychologist and the director of early childhood prevention programs at the Center for Child and Family Health. And in that role, I have the pleasure of being able to support and oversee the Family Connect program. Our next slide. I will just kind of continue a little bit of the story that Robert was telling, which is that we really do follow our data and follow our services because we initially it was because of research effort, but now it's really built into our work as understanding how to give us perspective on the quality assurance and also on continuous quality improvement so that we're always sure that we are providing the best services available to families. So I'm going to share a little bit about the data from our most recent services in 2021, and then I will pass the mic over to some colleagues that will share more with you about the program itself. Since our program started, we've served over 20,000 families in Durham. And in 2021, we served 1,366 families or completed those visits with families. And as Robert noted on the last slide, frequently about 94% of our families have at least one. They have many strengths, but they also have at least one need where they can use some kind of a resource or referral. And so in this case, in 2021, 1,600 referrals were made. And then we follow up with families about a month after their visit to learn about how well they were able to connect with those services. And so 86% of the families that we reached were able to connect with that referral within 1 month. Turning a little bit about the families who we see, we do focus closely on demographic data, particularly in the areas of ethnicity and race and age, which I'll share with you today, to ensure that we're really reaching families equitably. As you'll notice from these slides, it's a little bit complicated because we try to compare it with Durham data so that we can really see, are we reaching the same percentages of families with those who give birth in Durham? And so you'll see that on the right with the most recent data that I had was 2019. And our data is on the left. We used to collect data in the same way that Durham did, which is to combine, to have both Hispanic measured as both ethnicity and race, but combining all of those together. But we currently now, our new data system separates those out so that white, black, and other are measured and then separately from Hispanic and non-Hispanic. So it makes it a little bit hard to read, but I'll try to walk you through with our most recent data. You can see that we are pleased to see that our data is showing increase in percentage of families who are Black or African American, which used to be at about 25%, is now at 30%, which is more on par with what Durham's birthing data is. We are also, if you consider the issue of the white, it looks like we see sort of 47% white, but that's actually because there are some Hispanic families who are also counted twice. So they're counted either in white or other, as well as being counted in Hispanic above. So we believe our rates for white families are about approximately the same as Durham data of 37%. And then our Hispanic families, you will notice a drop in those rates in 2021, and that is because we had some staffing changes this year and lost a Spanish-speaking nurse. So we are expecting that our numbers will rebound this year as we make those numbers back up. And we are very, this work is a continuous focus of ours, and so we do hope to maintain and continue improving in the areas in which we need to serve families better. Regarding age, we tend to serve, we have served in the last few years about the same percentages of families and different birth rate ages or maternal ages for the birthing children. But you will see that in last year, in 2021, we seem to have a more significant number of families in the over 30 age range compared with Durham. So, and a fewer in the less than 18 years and the 25 and the 30 years. So we're considering that is probably an outcropping of the pandemic and which families sought out virtual services perhaps compared to those who preferred our in-person services. So we hope that we will, as we get back in the hospitals to do our recruitment and as we get back into in-person visits with families, that will move in that direction of getting those numbers back on track with the age. And speaking of COVID-19, we did just want to comment here that COVID-19 really did impact our program and so many of our families. And we learned a lot during this process of working with families during the pandemic about how to pivot and respond to best serve families. So you see a picture here on the screen of one of our nurses preparing for a contactless drop-off visit where we brought a lot of resources to families during the pandemic. And we also, as I mentioned earlier, switched from in-person visits to virtual visits during the pandemic. What we have found as a result of these pivots and changes that we were able to do to respond and meet families where they are is that families responded to us or let us know that they felt a sense of reduced isolation from having a visit right after birth, and also a reduction in maternal mental health concerns by having a visit after birth. We also found that they reported that after if they reported that they had fears of seeking medical care before our visit during COVID-19, they reported that they reduced that fear after having a visit and talking with the nurse about their concerns. So we do feel like that those are positive changes that we really want to continue with the families that we serve. Now I'm going to pass it over to Karen Halpin.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. My name is Karen Halpin. I'm one of the nurses with Family Connect Durham. Ooh, a little closer.
Closer.
How's that?
Yeah, talk a little bit, yeah, and talk a little louder so we can hear.
Let me take this off too.
That's-
I have a
that's
soft
better,
voice.
thank you.
Yeah, so I'm one of the nurses. I've been with the program 7 years now. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we connect with the families. So Robert mentioned that we sign them up in the hospitals. So right now we're calling into the postpartum rooms to introduce the program and schedule the visit if they desire a visit. We do hope that we can get back into the hospital soon to actually have that face-to-face contact in the postpartum rooms with the families. We also get referrals from pediatric providers, as well as families can self-refer, so they can go to our website and sign up for a visit themselves. I want to highlight that we also provide visits for adoptive families or foster families who have a newborn in the home, as well as we can do a bereavement visit for a family that has lost a baby. When we enroll the families, we try to do for about 3 weeks out, like Robert mentioned. We just find that that's kind of like the sweet spot. It's, you know, a little bit of a in-between period between like pediatric visits, as well as stuff like babies crying and mental health concerns can increase at that time. But we can provide the visit up to 12 weeks after delivery, so we do have quite a bit of time there. We are a short-term program, so usually just one like main event and then some follow-ups as needed. And we keep saying the visit. So pre-pandemic, we only did home visits in the family's home. With COVID, we of course had to adapt like everyone. So we started offering phone calls and telehealth visits. So right now we are back in the homes, so we can do that. But if a family doesn't feel comfortable with that, we can offer the phone or telehealth option for them. We are nurses, so of course physical health is something we're going to assess. And this, I mean, definitely in the home, we're able to do this more thoroughly. So we do a full assessment on baby, including a weight check, and blood pressure on mom. And I mean, I have definitely had colleagues who have detected cardiac issues in babies. We have probably all found the birth parent to have like a high blood pressure. So we're able to connect families with their healthcare provider earlier than they would have, which I believe leads to better outcomes for that family. Of course, we know like the health of a family isn't just physical health, so we also, I should go to my next slide here. We also are looking at mental health concerns, just what local supports a family has, financial needs of a family. So many of the things on this slide we are addressing, and we're really lucky because we have the time to address these concerns. You know, in the pediatric office, I'm sure they would love to spend an hour plus with their clients, but they can't, but we can. So usually our visits are about an hour and a half or so in length. And it can be shorter, can be longer, of course. And I've been doing this for 7 years now, and of course, no two visits are the same because no two families are the same, you know, no two babies are the same. You know, we all have our own experiences and desires as parents. So we really strive to tailor our visits to each family, letting them lead with their own questions, concerns. We do emphasize during the consent process that, you know, if I ask a question that they're not comfortable with, they do not need to answer that. You know, we really want to talk about what they want to talk about. And much of what I do is, you know, normalizing, validating feelings. Like, I mean, anyone who's had a baby knows it's hard work, and feeding a baby is like a full-time job. So, you know, it's just a lot of validating, a lot of encouraging, like, but, your baby's gaining weight. That's great. Like, I love how, watching you talk to your baby, or I love how you're, getting the bigger sibling involved with baby. So those are some comments that, we might make during a visit. And so we just, we want to support families in any struggles they may be having, but of course also, celebrate in their triumphs, because there are many. And truly, I'm in awe of our families here. Like they're just great. But if families do, have a need that I can't provide for them, or just additional longer-term support, that is where it's my job to connect, those resources, those people that can provide that support. And that's where the community alignment piece comes in, which I'm going to let Karen discuss more.
Okay, let me get back in range here. Okay, so community alignment, you've heard about the visit, you've heard about sort of how we manage data. Community alignment is really a unique aspect of the Family Connects program that really we believe, adds to the Durham system of care as a whole. The goal here of community alignment is really to identify and to connect with what parents need and what they want, ensure that Durham has it. So the community alignment specialist, who is the person who normally would be providing this part of the conversation, but she's not able to be here with us tonight. Her name is Caitlin Georges. She works to build and maintain a very deep and rich resource and referral network, so that she can share that information with the nurses, and then the nurses can share that with their clients, so that if there are needs that they have, they can get connected right away. And if there are families who are having trouble accessing some kind of a service, the nurses can work closely, and the community alignment specialists can work closely to ensure that those processes in place can be more accessible for them. I forgot change the slide. But as you can see, there's quite a variety of different things that we work with, different areas that we work with in families' lives. And this community alignment, really, this aspect of it means that we have to be working very closely with a lot of providers in the community. So for example, with food, we work closely with Porch and Mas en Mi Canasta, or More in My Basket, to help families with food support. If for mental health and peer support needs, we're working closely with groups like El Futuro and NC Matters. And for peer support, we're working closely with MAME and with the TAPS Triangle Area Support Parenting Support Group. For care management and finances, we have a lot of connections and collaborations with the county, obviously, for things like ensuring that families have access to food stamps or Medicaid or CMARC or other care management supports and needs. And then for the medical providers and breastfeeding supports, we work very closely with Duke and Duke Peds and all of the pediatric providers, Lincoln, the health department, as well as working closely with Breastfeed Durham to ensure that families were accessing and families are accessing the supports that they need. The other piece of community alignment, however, is working at the systems level. At the systems level, we're really trying to make sure we can improve the birthing, postpartum, and newborn experiences for all families community-wide. So we look at trends within our own data to think about what clients we have who are not accessing certain kinds of services, and think about what are the gaps in Durham. And then we participate closely in community coalitions, whether that's committee work or coalition work, to do things like address disparities, to build support networks and advance priorities that are important in the maternal child health area. So this is an important part of our work that we believe helps to build a better Durham. And we do this through working with so many different collaborators in Durham. We are really only one spoke in the wheel, so to speak. We work closely with DCI and El Centro and Equity Before Birth and Endayo, really thinking about what are the places and the ways that we need to connect with them and work through things like the ECAP action planning teams, or the Born in Durham Healthy for Life Committee, or the Durham ACEs and Resilience Committee. We have representatives on lots of different committees to really try to bring about a better Durham. So that's a bit about our community alignment. And now we'd like to end with a participant perspective who can tell you a bit about her own experience with the program.
My name is Vanessa Diaz. I'm Cuban American, and I've lived here. I've lived in Durham since 2006. I have 3 children here that were born in Durham. Their ages are 13, 10, and 8, and 2 of my children were lucky enough to receive a Family Connect Durham visit. My first child, it was still in pilot, so he wasn't able to, but they all received the benefits of the program. When my son, Raul, was born in 2010, I was offered a Durham Connect visit before I left the hospital. About 3 weeks later, a nurse came to my apartment and I had my newborn and my toddler there. The nurse came in and we started talking about all the different things that were going on. Some sibling rivalry, lack of sleep, just everything that I had going on. And one of the biggest things was that I was having a really hard time with breastfeeding my son. And she really told me about services that WIC could offer me. Although that might seem like just a simple service, it really ended up helping me and my children. I was at first really scared to sign up for WIC because my husband's immigration status, I wasn't sure if that would affect anything or it would affect our process that we were going through, but she reassured me that we would be okay and that it was, probably a good resource for us to get help. It was also really nice to get a weight check at that time because, like they previously said, I had gotten a weight check at 2 weeks for my son. We were kind of struggling with the feeding. So it was really nice to have that reassurance that he was growing during the visit because I was nervous. Even though it was my second child, I don't know, you don't have like a ounce measurement, so you just don't know what's going on. So that was really helpful. And then another thing that really helped me was he was very fussy. And so they gave me lots of tips like how to swallow him, how to soothe him, and kind of taught me something called the 5 S's that I had never heard before. 18 months later, I had my daughter, Natalie, and I was determined to exclusively breastfeed her. I remember being greeted by 2 nurses at the hospital, and I told them that breastfeeding was something I really wanted to do, that I wasn't able to exclusively breastfeed with my prior 2 children. And they ended up coming at 2 weeks to my house so that they could help me with that. When they got there, I wasn't having many issues, but they were able to connect me to a lot of different resources and services. And one of the things they did was they give this wonderful folder with all the different resources here in Durham. And I remember the nurse circling this like breastfeeding cafe. And I ended up connecting to mom. So in the process, like after the visit, if I did have any issues, I was actually connected with other moms that could help me with breastfeeding, and that was really, really helpful. We also talked about my mood. It was really hard having 2 other young children under the age of 5, and so that was really hard, and so she was able to, give me resources, services. I'm also a type 1 diabetic, and so she was able to connect me to resources after my pregnancy Medicaid would end because I was uninsured. And I was really nervous about how I would get insulin and how I would take care of myself afterward. After that visit, I did get a follow-up phone call, and I hadn't heard from one of the providers that was supposed to help me. I think it was like with Lincoln, and I was really nervous. The nurse actually went out of her way, called, and made sure that I was connected to that service, and that was so helpful because I also didn't know how to get insulin without that. So then my visit was done. And then a year later, my son Raul gets really, really sick. He had pancreatic divism, and we were living at Duke Hospital. And I was isolated. I was alone. I didn't know what to do. I also was separated from my husband, and I pulled out that folder, and I called all the resources on there. And I got connected with another service that's also located at the Center for Child and Family Health, Early Head Start. And that was one of the best things that ever happened to me. She was able to help my kids, like while my son was sick, she was able to help get my other kids in childcare, in preschool. She was able to help us with food and everything else. And it was just a service that Family Connects really, really, really helped me with. Another thing was that a job opened up with Durham Connects, and I was able to eventually start working for this program. So at the time it was called Durham Connects, but I was employed with Family Connects Durham for 6.5 years. This was my way of giving back to the community because I saw how much Family Connects Durham helped me. And so while I was an employee there, I made sure that when I was signing up families at the hospital, if they indicated any needs, I was like the resource queen. I could help them with anything. You need diapers? I got you. You need help with formula or just getting to just anything, like going to public health or setting up their postpartum visits. Those are things the nurses do too, but if it was something they told me about at the hospital, I always went out of my way to help them with. And really, this program is amazing. And as an employee also, I'm no longer working there. I'm currently at Durham Public Health. But one of the most amazing things is that I've seen how much this program has helped other families. In the 6.5 years that I worked there, I saw families during COVID that were separated due to being COVID positive from their children. We were able to advocate for them, able to talk to the birthing hospitals and help these families. So thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you so much for being here tonight and sharing your story with us. Thank all of you for being here, and thank you for the work that you've been doing since 2008. And, you know, I've been kind of around for that long as well. And I used to hear an awful lot of what was going on, and it's good to hear again the work that you're doing. Before I start with the commissioners, I want to check to see if any of the staff have anything that they want to say. Drew or Ms. Pierce or Mr. Jenkins, anything that you guys want to add to this presentation, or you just want the commissioners? They're shaking their head like no. All right, commissioners, any comments or questions that you may have? Commissioner Burns?
It is really late. Thank you all so much. I can hear the enthusiasm in some of your voices. So a lot of my questions you all can follow up about tomorrow. At first, I was worried that I wasn't going to see a slide with data, but I see one now with numbers and referrals. I did have a concern at first about the referrals because I wasn't hearing anything about Black maternal health, but then by the grace of God, somebody said Indio, and then somebody said Mame, and then somebody said equity before birth. I would only encourage you, there are a lot more issues out there. This board had a whole work session one day, and quite frankly, it could have been called, "This is how children die in Durham." It really could have been called that. So I hope that you all, in seeing what one of the main tenets in our budget was Black maternal health, I see where your numbers are. If there is a reason why we're not seeing an uptick, and there are a lot of reasons like that have nothing to do with y'all. Cultural, social, we just don't want to go to the hospital to see people who don't look like us. We are taught not to breastfeed, which makes absolutely no sense at all, but we're taught that. We leave hospitals and we're told not to do it. White mothers are told to do it. It makes absolutely no sense at all. I don't know, only because it's on Facebook. We saw the young woman who actually is executive director of Equity Before Birth just this week. Went to the hospital twice for stomach pain, twice, and told that she needed to lose weight, and a cyst ruptured, and she had to have surgery. She could not even stand up to call 911 and passed out in front of her child. So I need you all to understand that even the practitioners that are doing the work that you all are doing that look like me, they are still discriminated against. So I'm hopeful that this referral work continues. If you all are you all working with Hearts? Okay, because I didn't hear that one. That one is in the high school. So I just want to see some of these numbers tick up. And if you all can we don't have to discuss it now, but if you all can think of reasons why you all might be having some barriers there, or other folks might be having barriers there, I'll be frank, I know about a lot of groups. I had not heard of this one until it was on our work session. And that it just wasn't in my circle. So I do hope to amplify some of the work that you all do. And or at least share, because I had no idea what you all did. I didn't know it was so specific to birth. But some of these other groups, we have young girls getting pregnant in high school. Hearts can't do it by themselves. I hear some other board members, not on this board, but another board, say that they're working to reduce pregnancy in high school, yet they didn't bring us anything about the Hearts program. So if you all could, maybe at some point we could talk later about what we're doing for the youth, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for staying. I know it was very long. And I might have some other questions, but I will send those later, and I'll leave the rest of my time to my board.
We are seriously as I was timing, commissioners, if you have burning questions that you need to ask, please do that. Otherwise, we can get them back to us again on a work session, or we can send them questions just to kind of move this along. If you've got a burning question, you can ask it real quick. Otherwise, can you hold your question? You have one that, just one?
Yeah.
Is it just one?
Yeah, and I first want to thank you all. This is such a fantastic homegrown Durham program that's now all over the country, and it's so important, as we just heard. I'm confused about what something that is in the description, and if we could, you don't have to answer it now, but just to follow up, it says here, if a small ARPA funding proposal through the Durham County Department of Public Health is approved, 3 different Durham County funding sources would be providing nearly $600,000 per year for this program, representing over half the revenue needed to support program. Other commitments to keep the program running by July 1st, beyond July 1st, are insufficient at the moment, and staff are hopeful that Duke University Health System, and other funders will help keep a needed and locally funded program operating. So I just would like to understand what is going on with the funding. I'm very concerned to hear that it would not be funded by the Duke Health System. This is a Duke Health System grown program. I see Dr. Erickson, Duke Center for Child and Family Health, but this, saves money from, people not going back into the hospital or to the ER. It's obviously in everyone's best interest. So I would like to understand more about what is going on with the funding, what is being requested from us, and just understanding what I just read out loud. It doesn't need to be done now, but just following up with our board on that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be glad to follow up, and really about anything, not just this. Very quickly, I will note, because I do want to emphasize the county's generosity, that probably at least 10 years ago, an allocation was made from, I'm sorry, I won't get the name correct, but the Health Trust. And that's been just instrumental to our stability. There has also been a grant through the Department of Public Health that we have been a part of, and has just been renewed for 2 more years. So that's been another important source. I think, we do really look forward to and appreciate your help, and your help in kind of working with Duke to support what is an important program. And, Duke has recognized this as part of their maternity care. But as you can imagine, different funding sources wax and wane over time. Since 2008, way back when, we were solely Duke Endowment supported. That kind of ran its natural course after about 17 years, so no complaints there. So anyway, my short answer, any of us would be glad to talk with you about that more, or send some more detailed information in whatever way is most helpful to you.
One silly question is, I really want to know what the 5 S's are. Tell me later, however, I guess.
5 S's.
Karen can answer that for you. And if you
I
want.
really think the work you do is so very important. And in particular, I was really pleased to hear your description of the community alignment work and how you're helping to build the universal early childhood system of care. And I think we're learning more and more about the importance of that, and I just really appreciate, in particular, that work. And also want to piggyback off Commissioner Burns. Part of the system of care is you all identifying those providing the care, and then connecting our new mothers to that care. And it was great to hear you mention Hearts and and Mame and Breastfeed Durham and some of the others that are Black-led organizations working with Black mothers. And so that is a special emphasis of this board, and it was really great to hear that happened.
There are no other questions, comments?
Thank you. And we brought a few resources just to share, as Vanessa was talking a lot about how much the materials helped her. So we'll just leave you with a couple of bags and some information in both Spanish and English in case you want to review it for later.
And the 5 S's should be in that bag too. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, we have another item, and the next one is 220291, proposed amendment to Durham County's annual control ordinance. And this item is requested to consider a proposed amendment to the Durham County Animal Control Ordinance to allow the trap, neutered, vaccinate, and release program for feral cats, and provide direction to staff regarding next steps as a public hearing.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Well, let me just, before you started, Attorney Darby, are we going to have a public hearing?
No, ma'am, not
work
tonight.
session, or is that going to be a discussion?
No public session tonight, no public meeting or hearing tonight. That will be later. I'm just going to bring you up to date to where we are and get some move ahead instructions, and then I'll be finished. I definitely won't keep you here more than 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. And one way to cut that out is to recognize that protocol has already been established. So I say good evening to all of you, and I look forward to continuing working with you for these few last days. First, let me say thank you to all of you for considering all the information that has been sent to you with regards to feral cats, more lovingly called community cats, for the last 3 years. I thank you again for considering everything that has been put your way. Secondly, let me thank Sheriff Burkhead and his deputies, and especially the Division of Animal Control under the leadership of Deputy Mark Manning, and formerly Captain Deck, in his efforts to oversee our animal control ordinance and to control and care for animals in this county. Thirdly, let me thank the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee for all the work they've done on this very important issue for a long, long time. I see Janice Paul here. I don't see Shafanda. I was hoping she's here. Thank you. I thank them for all that they do. And let me just say a special shout out to Commissioner Carter, who serves as a liaison between this group and the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. They've all worked hard and tirelessly on this issue. And I just want to recognize Commissioner Carter again as being a champion for animals in Durham County and animal lovers in Durham County. She won't let anything slip past without presenting her opinion. And finally, let me recognize Gudrun Palmer, who at the last minute, she's new kid on the block with regards to general managers, but the last minute got this particular issue to the finish line, or at least near the finish line. So let me give you just a matter of background that you already know has already been presented to you in the days past about feral cats or community cats. Our present process includes trapping the cat, euthanizing the cat in an attempt to control the cat population. It's a futile process. I think we failed tremendously. The Animal Welfare Advisory Committee would like to offer and recommend a solution to and for the problem. And that solution is to start a I always have to look at my paper, TNVR program. trap, neuter, vaccinate, and return the cat to its proper place and give it a chance to continue to live on. We have we want to use that program to stabilize the cat population, prevent newborn litters of kittens, to support healthier communities, and reduce unwanted behavior such as spraying, marking, fighting, and yowling. I don't know if you ever heard a cat yowl before, but that can be a frightening sound. So if we can get this TNVR program up and running, we may be able to control some of those issues. Before I go further, though, let me just say that one of the main processes was to review the ordinance that we presently have and then to see how that could fit into a TNVR program. And I just have to stop and thank Kesley Gilmore Fortrell, Jenny Campbell, and Richard Angelo of Best Friends Animals Society for helping us look at the ordinance and make suggestions as to where we should go with regards to the ordinance. Now, I would be, I guess, not telling the truth if I sat here and say the ordinance is full of pages, all different legalese and all of that. But if you read the ordinance and read the various sections, there's nothing in there that's over two, as far as changes are concerned, that are over 2 sentences long. So I won't dare insult your intelligence here at 10 o'clock at night and sit here and read this ordinance. You have it in front of you. I've sent it to you. If you have questions about any particular issue, please send them to me, and we will get an answer to you. Why amend the ordinance? For clarity. What is a community cat? That question has always been asked. Look at page 6. It gives you a definition of a community cat. Why amend the ordinance? To avoid inconsistencies with and between other provisions in the present animal control ordinance, so we can stay away from confusion and always be clear as to what we're doing, what we're trying to do. To add small changes. We're taking this opportunity to go back through the ordinance and say, here's some small changes that we need to make, and they can perhaps be made now as a good time to make them. For example, changing the holding period from 5 days to 72 hours. Making sure we understand that community cats are not required to wear rabies tags. A lot of people don't know that. I had to go back and read the ordinance again to make sure I was on sound footing. But the revised ordinance, when adopted, will clarify all of those little small things and put us in line to go ahead and institute this TNVR program without any further confusions. Someone may be asking, and I'll end in a few seconds, where do we go from here? First of all, we need to, I think, have a public hearing. Anytime you deal with animals, which is an important issue in the community, I think you need it. You need and you owe it to yourself to see what the public has to say about animals and community cats. We need to survey other TNVR programs, see how they got up, start running. Who does that? We don't want to put more work on the sheriff's department, who's already stretched mile wide. We got to figure out how we can get this thing done. And we have examples. Wake County, Guilford County, Mecklenburg County, all of those counties we can consult, and they can give us many ideas as to how we can get this program up and running without any strain on anybody necessarily. So we're just seeking tonight to present the ordinance before you, let you read over. I'm sure you already have, and in the future, have a public hearing, take a final vote on the ordinance, and then, as far as implementation is concerned, we're asking you to put that date off, and we can determine that later. We want to get the ordinance in place first without implementation, so we can answer all the other questions, how we get up and running, how much it's going to cost us, how long it's going to take us, that sort of thing. And I think once we get those questions answered in the second phase, I may call it, then we'll be ready to implement the ordinance and serve everybody better with how we now handle our community cats. And I'll answer any questions that you may have. If I can't answer them, we have Sister Janice here. We have Shafonda here. So at 10 o'clock at night, I hope you don't have many questions. Any questions?
So, Attorney Darby,
Yes.
so at this point, we do have a few people that want to speak.
Okay.
If you don't have anything else,
I yield.
okay? We will, there are Wendy Pierner. Yes. Go to the mic.
I'm Wendy Penner. I'm the sergeant over the Animal Services Division for the sheriff. Citizens of Durham County look to the Animal Services to help solve their problems with respect to animals. I feel that it is necessary for the county commissioners to understand that we receive multiple calls every day from citizens asking and sometimes begging for Animal Services help with cat problems. These problems can be concerns that the citizens have for the welfare of the cats, or it can be their anger that they have because the cats are destroying their property. And they're looking to us for help. Since 2012, Animal Services has received 2,368 requests for traps, and 391 trap permits have been requested. And the different types of complaints that we get are cats walking on cars. The walking on cars causes the paint to be scratched. Some people have to purchase car covers. The car covers get scratched, and then they want to know who's going to pay to either have their cars repainted or the covers replaced. They also complain about the cats pulling the insulation out from under their homes and damaging the homes, and the spraying the odor of urine that gets into their homes and is in their yards. These cats often dig up flower beds and gardens and defecate in both. There was a complaint in Treyburn that sticks out for all of us in Animal Services. There was a lady who was highly allergic to cats, and her and her husband had a home in Treyburn at 3 Hunters Green Court. The neighbor had approximately 50 feral cats, and these cats would lay on the deck, the sidewalks, the front porch, the back porch of this home, and they couldn't enjoy their house. They called us 171 times to come out to their residence to help them. They also would come by our office and ask for help. So Animal Services officers talk to people all the time, asking for help. We had one house with 158 calls and another one with 132 calls for help.
Thank you. Decatur Taylor Beck. Okay.
Good evening. I come before you as a pet owner, a wildlife rehabilitator, an animal lover, and an animal services deputy. I'm begging you from every one of these positions to please not move forward with endorsing the TNVR program. As stated by PETA, feral cats live short, hard lives on the streets. If the cat is lucky enough to survive kittenhood, its lifespan is less than 2 years in the wild. According to the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, even owned outdoor cats only have a life expectancy of 2 to 5 years. And these are owned cats with consistent nutrition, adequate vet care, and appropriate shelter. Feral cats don't have these advantages and are subjected to disease and parasites which run rampant in their colonies, and they're not seen by vets. Other common medical issues include upper respiratory infections, which lead to slow, suffocating deaths, and minor wounds, which can turn into infected, draining, maggot-infested cesspools of pain and misery. If the cat is not lucky enough to die of a disease, then it will fall victim to a traffic crash or poison or human execution. If we can't offer citizens a solution to keep cats off their property, they're going to take matters into their own hands. Not only are diseases rampant from cat to cat, but they do transmit zoonotic diseases to humans as well. Our state epidemiological point of contact, Dr. Carl Williams, has stated that feral cats are a major concern with regards to rabies transmission. They also carry ringworm, salmonella, lepto, and hookworms. And if the basic welfare of the cat itself is not enough to sway you, then let me please talk to you as a wildlife rehabilitator, because according to the USDA, cats are a major, if not the greatest source of mortality to native birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians, and are responsible for the extinction of 63 native species of wildlife. So I ask you that we are already putting enough of a burden on wildlife by destroying their natural habitat for development. Let's not also add the burden of having to save themselves from feral cats. So thank you.
Thank you. Shafonda Allen?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Animal Protection Society of Durham, a 50-year-old nonprofit humane society, and myself, an animal lover and executive director of the Animal Protection Society of Durham and a Durham citizen. I would like to start with, of all the Humane Society organizations we have, the Humane Society of the United States, Best Friends Animal Society, Association for ASPCA, PETA is the least reputable, and if we were to take their policies, we euthanize every pit bull we see. I'm saying that publicly. We need to do better for the cats in Durham, and if we start saying that they are just disease carriers that need to be killed, we are not doing our jobs. We are not doing our jobs. We can do better than trap and kill. There are ways to mitigate animals in the community. Animals shouldn't die for scratching up someone's car or pooping in their garden. They shouldn't. There are ways to deal with this. And I would challenge anyone here, I was a certified euthanasia technician for many years, to go in there and hold a cat and put it down when it's healthy because it scratched up someone's garden and see if you're okay with that. I would think Durham residents would not be. Thank you.
Carol Caldwell?
I'm Sharon Caudell. I'm a cat owner and a resident of Durham. And I'm opposed to the trap, neuter, vaccine, and release ordinance. I think they support feral cat colonies, which are a powder keg of serious health issues for our community. They're often near dumpsters at shopping centers and apartments. Rabies is an issue. These cats are given a 3-year rabies vaccine. If they live longer, they're vulnerable. If a cat joins the colony who's not vaccinated, they're vulnerable. All it's going to take is one rabid fox or raccoon to attack a feral cat colony, and we will have an explosion of rabies in our city. I don't think anyone wants to see that. Dumpsters near apartments pose a different threat. Children without pets are going to want to go play with the dumpster kitties. Cat bites are very serious. If you're bit, it's a medical emergency. You need to go to the ER and get antibiotics. And even with antibiotics, you can have surgery to avoid amputation. I've had this done from a friend's house cat. It is a very serious issue because of bacteria in cat's mouth and puncture wound. These cats cannot be adopted as pets any more than baby bobcats can. They are wild and they are not going to be happy in anyone's home. And for everyone who says it's just cats, consider how the city would react if we had packs of wild and feral dogs roaming around. I don't think it'd be trap, neuter, vaccinate, and release. Dogs would be trapped and or shot. It'd be too dangerous to consider doing otherwise. Feral cats may be much smaller than dogs, but they pose a huge potential threat to our city, our citizens, our wildlife, particularly our native birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Carpenter? Mark?
Good evening. I'm Captain Mark Manning with the Durham County Sheriff's Office, Animal Services Division, and a Durham County resident. I would like to briefly address what has become obviously a hot button topic as of late. Please understand, I am not condemning the potential TNRV program or the ordinance change. I simply have some concerns and questions from a logistical, financial, and legal standpoint that I think we need to address first. The Animal Welfare Advisory Committee has worked very hard over the last 3 years, but it was my understanding that the added workload and monetary expenses this change would bring would not fall upon the sheriff's shoulders or the taxpayers, but rather an outside entity and/or a nonprofit group. However, in the current wording of this proposal, it appears to fall fully on the sheriff's office shoulders and the taxpayers. Historically, over 25% of our calls for service are nuisance animal calls, yet it appears the new ordinance proposal strips away many of the current elements of our nuisance law. It appears to make community cats exempt. The Animal Services Division is currently struggling to handle the call volume it now has. This would increase by 20%, as it is clearly written, and I quote, that the sheriff or his or her designee is responsible for temporary custody of the cats for the sole purpose of sterilization, vaccination, and return to the same location. That would be doubling our work. Over the last several budget cycles, the sheriff's office has requested at least 4 additional positions to help us maintain the current workload. With that cost, prior to the recent pay increase, 4 FTEs would cost the county approximately over $535,000. That's just to keep it with our maintain what we're currently working with now. I would ask for a minimum of 2 more in addition to that, so a total of 6. Is the county prepared for that increase? Who is going to be responsible for paying for the spaying and neutering procedures? The average cost for this procedure here in this area is $150. Prior to COVID, the Animal Services Division impounded 627 cats in 2019, not including additional fees, housing, manpower, or supplies. That would have cost the county $94,000 plus to spay and neuter those cats.
Thank you. And then a Mark Carpenter.
Is this a public hearing? I'm
I got 2
confused.
more. Huh?
Because
Is that? That's
I
what.
mean, I forget what our rules are. People can sign up to speak on any agenda item. Is that the issue?
I'm sorry?
I forget what our rules are. Is it that, are people just signed up to speak on this agenda item tonight?
Yeah.
But
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
working effectively as an unannounced public hearing.
Yeah, it's not a public hearing. They just signed up to speak on the item.
Just weird.
Yeah. Okay. That's all the speakers that I have on this item? Okay, and the so this was not a public hearing. Was this a public hearing? No. It was not a public hearing. It was just to hear from the speakers. That's what my note says. So this item was for discussion and feedback, and it is scheduled to come back for a public hearing at our June regular session following a final review and board approval at that time. All right, any other comments or questions, Commissioner Carter?
Well, first of all, thank you to Attorney Darby, who's done a lot of work providing legal advice to the Animal Welfare Committee. And thanks to Captain Manning and those from our Animal Services Division who are here tonight and expressing their point of view on this. And thanks so much to Shafonda and the person sitting beside Shafonda, whose name I can't remember. I'm so sorry. And Jan right here, also one of, I think, the sheriff's appointee maybe to the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. I just want us tonight to try to advance this along the normal course, the normal process, which I think would be to move to the next step, as Attorney Darby has suggested, and have a scheduled public hearing where we'll hear people speak from both sides of the issue. But I do want to say that our Animal Welfare Advisory Committee put in a very intensive amount of time into researching this issue, bringing in speakers on both sides of the issue to the meetings, deliberating over it, and this has been going on for a few years. But before I was even on the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, I'm pretty sure this has been a topic of discussion for a long time, maybe even a decade. So I just think that we want to be sure and not stop this in its tracks here. This ordinance, if after the public hearing we decide to approve it, doesn't mandate a TNVR program. It just opens the door for the possibility that one might be developed. And it might be developed in partnership with nonprofits or community partners. I think there are best practices in other communities that have worked that way, where it was not actually an additional responsibility of the sheriff's department. It was run more in partnership with the community. So anyway, I just urge us to move this along to the next stage, which would be the public hearing, and we can decide after that, whether to adopt the ordinance. And if we do adopt it, I also agree with Attorney Darby that a delayed implementation until further analysis could be done to develop the real program would be prudent.
All right, thank you.
I just need to know when you want to possibly have the public hearing.
Let us look at the agenda. It may have to be the 24th
24th?
June.
Okay.
Looking at a regular session,
Yes.
but I'm sorry, June
13th.
June 27th. May have to be the June 27th, but I'll get back with you and let you know. And make it public at that time. So let's move on, Commissioners. Otherwise, we're going to have to make a motion because we've got a closed session. If we go past 11 o'clock, we have to make a motion to do that. So if you've got,
Just want to clarify, Attorney Darby, do we need to actually vote on moving this forward to the next stage of having a public hearing?
I think to be safe, you probably should.
Okay.
want to move it.
I just wanted to note the email that you had sent.
You may want to just adopt a motion to move it forward to the next step.
I would make that
Clear in the
motion.
record.
Well, can I use the language that you wrote
hang
in your
on.
email to us?
Hang on, please. So we be clear what we're moving it to. Darby, would you state what we're moving it to rather than just making a motion?
Which date you mean?
Now, what are we moving it to? Are we just moving it forward? We're making a motion that we're moving it forward? Because we haven't decided on what date yet.
And that's the only issue, which date. And I was hoping somebody could say tonight so we could leave here with a clear mind as to when it's going to be.
I'm not clear, and I'll explain to you why. Might not can be on the 13th, and we can't do that tonight.
I'm sorry about the 13th?
We may not can do it on the 13th.
I'm not saying do it on the 13th. I think just in a reasonable time, it could be the last meeting in June.
Yeah. So let's say by June, whatever the last meeting date is, 27th.
And reason the date is so important because we have to give notice, appropriate notice. 27th, that's fine.
Can I make the motion that includes both of the options?
I'm hesitant because we're telling the public that we're going to do it on the 27th, and then we'll have to stick to that date.
Can I make a motion that includes both options? And I can read the language that you put in your email, Will. I use that. He has some language in here. I'd like to make a motion for the commissioners to accept the draft subject to, of the TVNR draft, subject to any minor edits or minor substantive changes to be made in the final draft, and to place the matter on as a public hearing on the June 13th or June 27th meeting for a final vote, and for implementation set for a date to be determined later.
Hang on a second. A roll call.
I'm sorry, I was responding to Attorney Darby. Did I get a second? Okay.
There was a second.
Thank you. Commissioner Long?
Aye.
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? Vice Chair Jacob?
Aye.
And Chair Howerton?
Aye. been approved unanimously to move it forward to either 13th or the 27th. All right, that brings us to closed session. We want to thank the public for being here.
Chair Howerton, I'm sorry, we have boards and
We got
commissions
the
appointments.
appointments.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Darby, are you ready?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair. To the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, you have elected Monica Green. To the Durham County Women's Commission, you have elected or selected Roberta Price. To the Durham Hospital Corporation Board of Trustees, you have selected Constanza Gomez Jones, Hector Hidalgo, and Paul Musa. To the Durham Racial Equity Commission, you have selected Jada Richardson.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for all the citizens that applied and were selected. We appreciate your service. And now we are into closed session. The board is requested to adjourn into closed session to establish or to instruct the public body's staff or negotiating agent concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease, or the amount of compensation of other material terms of an employment contract or proposed employment contract pursuant to GS 143-318.11A5. I will entertain a motion for approval to go into closed.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session for the matter stated.
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Alum, Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Alum, and we will.
Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter, Vice Chair Jacob,
Aye.
Howard.
We are in closed session. Thank you. or that we met with staff and gave, so we met with staff and gave directions, no actions needs to be taken. Okay. So,
there any other
Mr.
business?
Jacobs, you want to amend your motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion before we went into closed session to change that the date of the public hearing for the TVNR would actually be at our July 11th meeting. So I'd like to amend my motion for that.
Second, moved to, got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. Move, it's approved unanimously. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I would like to request an excused absence for our June 27th, 2022 meeting, and also a retroactively excused absence for Commissioner Alam for our May 19th budget work session.
All right, you need a second? Need one for the budget. I don't think you need one for the budget session.
I don't think so either.
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
need-
Okay.
No, you don't need one for that one. So just yours. Somebody, you made the motion? You made the motion, who seconded? Alam?
Aye. Oh,
It's been moved in second, okay.
Commissioner Long. Aye. Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye.
And now
Approved
adjournment.
unanimously. And anything else?
Adjournment.
I need a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right.
Aye.
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 Good night.
We are adjourned.